Hello everyone. How are y'all doing today? Hey Lols, hey Ratty, hey Foxy. How are y'all doing? How are y'all? Immediately lurking. I got you, Ratty. I got you. You're eepy. Oh, don't you worry. I appreciate you being here. Feel free to have me in the background or off, depending. It doesn't matter. I'm just glad you're here. Listen, if all you wanted was to make sure that your checked-in timer went up by 1, you could just tell me. But you and me both. Oh gosh, by the time I was about to do dishes last night, it was like 4:30 in the morning, something like that. Gosh, my sleep schedule's messed up at this point. You don't have to write, but I appreciate it. Just know that y'all telling me that you'll fall asleep during streams, I take that as a compliment now. Granted, I kind of did before, but there was always that little voice in the back of the head that's just like, it's because you're boring. But I know those are the little demons talking. Those aren't reality. You know how it is. Your head hurts. What happened, Foxy? Hey, Dragon, how you doing? How you doing on this fine Tuesday? I say fine. I'm going to put quotations because I woke up to someone burning something nasty outside. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I was gonna say I try to be, but I think that's just a natural inclination. I tend to be. I have been described as aggressively chill before, so it's funny. Yeah. I live in a currently live in a smallish town at the moment, and if you don't know about small towns, some of them burn a lot. They just burn things. Whether it be for heat, or they burn pine needles, or they burn trash. They just like to burn things. I don't get it either. I really don't. Yeah, I don't usually live in super small towns like this one, but apparently it's a thing. Who would have guessed it? Certainly not me. I did fall asleep sometimes on stream. Yeah, exactly. I think most of y'all have fallen asleep on stream at some point. For us, the trash system is terrible. Like, they barely come once a month, so a lot of people burn their trash. Yeah. Ours, I could say pretty confidently that our trash is pretty regular, and they still burn it. So I don't know why they like it. I've been working the past 2 hours writing a list of my liked playlists on Spotify with ratings. I had one of those. I lost the previous list and I'm just exhausted. Oh man. Then take a break. You've been working on it for the last 2 hours. It's a lot of work got put into that. So, yeah. Yeah, that's another thing. Have you been hydrated? If your head's hurting, dehydration is the first thing I go to. You know what I mean? But yeah, I also woke up today being like, oh, do I want to cancel stream? But we're going through it. We will be working on this game. Oh, high water. Today would be a good time to get a caffeinated drink, but your boy does not have caffeinated drinks currently. So we're going through it. We got this. 15 minutes before stream. Hell yeah. Both uni work and my own information. It's not like to go to the store. I have a matcha latte. How much of it? Sorry, that's stupid. So I gotta be productive. I mean, you don't gotta do nothing. That's all personal preference, you know? One thing I did notice... one thing I did notice was that the costume... I think this is the first time that I didn't have the Mamadodo duck costume for game dev. So I was like, oh, it's game dev stuff. So I'll put on the duck costume. I was like, wait a minute. They didn't survive spring cleaning. So what's going to be our costume for game dev? So I chose cooking because we're cooking. You know what I mean? University, they're forcing us to use AI chatbots to learn it. Really? Are they teaching you how to use it effectively, or are they just... That's gross. It's kind of gross, dude. Like, and oh gosh, like, I'm just trying to think. It's because there are certain aspects of AI, not generative AI, that is currently being like force-fed currently, but I mean, like, for instance, the behaviors of the game that we're making, it's going to have to use at least some form of AI. Maybe not have to, but could. But it's not generative. You know what I mean? And I could definitely see it in educational space, where it's like you need to how to properly use it and understand it and know the weaknesses of it. And for that, I'm in agreement of you need to learn about it. You know what I mean? For me, some of the essential work of my Unity page, it states, use AI to simulate a sunset and sunrise just to generate the code. Really? That's, yeah, that's gross. I don't know. There's something about it, especially when it's like official instruction, where it's like, oh yeah, cool, you want to learn how to do this? Step 1, have AI do it. And then step 2, you do something about it. And I'm like, that doesn't, you don't want to start out, like, especially if you're learning. There's been a couple of streams where we talked about it. They're forcing us to use a site for chatbots. The teachers are using AI to teach and students using AIs to cheat. That's gross. That's very gross. Yeah, that's a yikes. That's a solid, that's a yikes stamp from me, dog. But point is, what was I saying? We were mentioning it a couple times before, where it's like utilizing AI and when to utilize AI and how to utilize AI. And I think it is true that AI usage is going to find its little corner in our civilization, similar to internet is, in that, like, similar to like the .com bubble, where there is going to be, there's a lot of people doing a lot of things, and then the eventual, not collapse, but when it gets too big for its britches and the fat needs to be trimmed, there will only be the people that have innovated it in a unique way. Otherwise, really resourceful teaches how to navigate different tools, foundation knowledge of Unity, UI, sound programming, and object layer. Really? So what is this that is teaching you all this? What you said it was, hold on, it was like Unity learning. Okay, yes. So like in a learning space, AI, I don't think has a place, in my opinion, because I kind of wish people were treating AI as they did Wikipedia. I feel like they did Wikipedia dirty, at least in the educational space. So let me explain, because that's a very loaded statement. So while I was growing up, and it might have been for y'all in school too, I don't think it didn't disappear. They said, you be sure to cite your sources, and whatever you do not cite Wikipedia. They essentially blacklisted Wikipedia as a valid research like site because it's not properly peer reviewed. And I'm like, but Wikipedia was so good at like making sure the information was correct and up to date, and like people can go in and change things, but like they did such a good job. So one of the things that I did in college and in school was like, okay, they wouldn't allow Wikipedia, but I started at the Wikipedia page, and then I would just cite the sources that they cited on Wikipedia. And I would just do one step further, and then everything was hunky-dory, which makes zero sense, by the way. It makes absolute zero sense that then I can go base the stuff off that. But the point is, Wikipedia articles, 15-year-old forums made by a man, insert P-movie meme. Yeah, just me being like, back in my day, we used Wikipedia, not this fancy smancy generative AI. But the point is that AI is worse than Wikipedia. It's worse than Wikipedia. It's not. It's less than peer reviewed. It's an overconfident. It's always confident in its answers, but it's not always correct. Like, how do you get the AI to know that it's wrong? And until they come up with a system that has the AI fact check itself, it's not going to be useful in a learning sense. It's just not. Swear to God, like 80% of people who did projects cite ChatGPT as a source and the rest didn't. Yeah. I preferred natural stupidity or artificial intelligence. Well, here's the thing, Foxy. It's pulling from people. And then it's also pulling itself. That's the issue. It is pulling from stupid people. My stepdad says not to trust Wikipedia because it could be edited, like they don't have millions of mods to detect misinformation. I want to tell y'all something. This is a bit of Idealist lore. Not like Idealist the character lore, Idealist the streamer lore. There is a time, probably my favorite bit ever. One of my friends, what they did was, so, not to dox myself, but my dad has a Wikipedia. And I'm not going to tell you who it is, but my dad has a Wikipedia. And so one of the bits that they did was that they went in to Wikipedia and put father of Idealist on the Wikipedia and took a screenshot and sent it. And it was one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life. It was so funny. That shit got immediately flagged and replaced within like 10 minutes. No joke. Have you seen people messing with the Tesla AI where it starts hitting on them? Or like starts doing like a romantic novel stuff? I've been seeing those pop up too. Oh my gosh. Oh man. It was so funny though. It was such a funny bit. AI gives you the wrong information when you call it. It apologizes and continues to give the wrong information. Yeah, it's like the way it is currently. That's why I don't like it in a learning sense. In a learning sense, it's the worst because it feeds you false information. Now, what it could be used for being beneficial in is that the busy the new emotes are the new emote is in. I'm thinking about doing like the next few Sunday chill days as like working on the emote days, and then we just drip feed the emotes over time. Hopefully. Oh, but how do you like how it turned out? How do you like the emote? How do you feel? One of the things I was actually considering doing, by the way, with the emotes, is have them almost be like puzzle pieces in the sense that if you combined them in different, like, people like combining emotes like in a row or between other emotes, like the octopus, you know, with the octopus arms, and you could insert a different head, etc. I think it would be kind of fun for us to do it like where we can kind of plug in different ones and they look different depending which one. I don't know. It was just something I was thinking of the other night where I'm like, oh, that could be fun. And then where's a cursor art? AI isn't thinking. It's a hammer that doesn't know it's a hammer and doesn't know what nails are. Kinda. By the way, I love cursor art. I know I'm saying it. Kurgazart. That's closer. Anyway, I love that YouTube channel. They make some really good stuff. I bought their calendars for a few years in a row until I didn't have any money anymore. But I did buy their human calendar and stuff like that. German for in a nutshell. That just explains why the name is so hard. Yeah, I love the German language, dude. Making like Frankenstein super long words, but instead of just multiple words, I love it. You know, I almost took German as a second language. I chose Latin instead. Frankenstein is a German name. That's funny. That checks out. Anyway, AI. When it comes to AI, so when it comes to where I feel like there is a place of it, and this is a very not limited, but there's actually there's two different places that I see. So I think it is, as far as I could see it being optimized for proper search. So kind of like an AI would replace you Googling something. Like that in the sense of like, hey, I want you to search Google for me. So instead of me spending like 20 to 30 minutes like trying to comb through Google for certain things, it will just pop up within the next few seconds. That I can see it. That I can see as far as being useful. Better AI detector than 90% of other sites, because I don't think people properly know how to make an AI. I think they're trying to figure out how to, like, it essentially. Remember how I said it's feeding off of dumb, like the vast majority of not very intelligent statements, as well as itself? It's citing itself. It's feeding itself its own output. Yeah, it is shit. It is. I don't know what they did, but I think that's what I'm mentioning now is part of the issue, Ratty. I think because it's feeding its own wrong answers and using it, similar to the Kurzgesagt, I don't know why I say it wrong every time. Kurgazard, just like Kurgazard episode, which is it feeds its own wrong answers as truth. So it's not properly fact-checking. I think when they get it to a point where it can properly fact-check itself, then we're starting to get to the level of like, okay, it removes its own answers. Now it's not feeding itself. And then now it's able to fact-check itself to make sure that it's correct so it's more dependable. Once it gets to that level, then it's like, cool. Instead of me going to Google something, I just put it into a chatbot and then it does what would normally take 10 to 15 minutes into like 20 seconds. That I can see it being something. Grok is turning extremist like every other week. Well, that's because it's not going to get political. Idealist, you're better than this. It's going to decay over time, like a printer trying to print an image over and over. Exactly. Don't even get me started on the AI slop. They're absolutely terrible and popular. It's still the reason why my recommendations are off. Yeah, AI slop content. There was some. Hey, Hilarion, how you doing? What are you so excited for? Tell me. You messaged me, and I was like, I don't. What are you? What? But how are you doing? We're talking about AI, so, you know, not the best topic. Here's an analogy AI they made. Draw a picture, then trace it on another piece of paper, and then another, continue like 100 times. You checked your weight? Ooh, how much did you lose? How much did you lose? Especially with a 3-day fast. I feel like you would have lost a decent chunk just from that. And do you feel better? 6,500 in 20 days. Hell yeah! Hell yeah, Larian. Good job. What is it? It's like 2 pounds a week. So yeah, that's right around the healthy, reasonable loss. So good job. I'm proud of you. I can let you feel the difference. Good. I'm so excited for you, Larian. Is the simple pounds LBS though? I don't remember. Honestly, when it comes to listen, I'm an American, and then I'm also a scientist, so I like am multilingual when it comes to that kind of shit, aka the scientific is what we should be teaching. Right, I was just prioritizing coursework. Yeah, you have enough on your plate, Dragon. Trying to also do weight loss on top of that, you are not going to be you're working on your prime. When you're trying to lose weight, you're not going to be at your best. It's a whole thing. Those are the fucking pounds. I love AI since I look at it from the engineering world. Plus, I'm literally specializing in robotics. So we're talking specifically generative AI, like the huge spike in currently being used. But as far as like, especially from a game dev perspective, like AI is like what allows things to walk around. AI is what allows the Monster Hunter monsters to cross each other and fight and have giant monster battles, which is sick as hell. Like, AI is good in the sense of how it's being used in a lot of different ways, but currently to make AI slop, where you have AI generated images that are like just surface level, not anyway, if Akinator was released today, people would call it I'm doing computer science right now and game design development. Hell yeah, Dragon. Generative AI can be useful, but as everything new in the world, people abuse it, it becomes taboo. Well, that's where we're kind of having a discussion. Maybe you can kind of give your own 2 cents to it. Basically, what I was saying was, when it comes to generative AI, the issues is that it can't fact check itself, and it feeds off of its own incorrect answers. So it's not in a and we were talking specifically how AI is being used in, there's a couple people who they're taking educational classes where it's required, like the first step is to use generative AI, even though they have no idea what they're doing. And I'm like, that's a recipe for disaster, because the likelihood of you getting a thing that's completely correct to start off of is not dependable, in my opinion. You have to know what you're talking about to properly know what it gave you was partially false, and which part is false. AI music. Yeah, the AI being used in a creative sense, again, let's talk about the second reason, or the second thing. The first is what I mentioned before, is AI being utilized as like a replacement of you Googling something, where it's like it will find something a lot faster than if you were to try to do it manually via Google. That I can see it happening. The second thing is strictly to save time. That's it. It's literally like a long, tedious process that's repeatable. Then utilizing the AI system to cut that down significantly has its merits. Human emotions are, yeah, anything in the arts, anything, it needs to get out of the arts. At the very least, the final version of the arts. A lot of people just do the AI and then they're like, all right, send it. Like, there could be parts where it's part of the workflow, part of the pipeline, but it then needs like proper polishing and human touch, right? That's why I do a bachelor's degree. I found a track my mom used, a story of hers, and it sounds so AI, but I cannot prove it. It's because the vocals are so compressed. Yeah. bunch of students tried using ChatGPT and do their strength of materials and finite elements assignments and got 70% of the shit wrong. Exactly. It does, in my opinion, unless the AI is learning specifically off of, and I think this is where we're going to find it. This is what I'm predicting, by the way. I think AI is going to get its huge breakthrough once we learn how to control what it pulls from. I think having an AI that learns off of strictly your stuff and then is able to build off of your stuff and then help you with your stuff is the way to go. That's my completely uneducated, confident guess. And the channel only has like 2 songs on it. Wild. Only acceptable AI thing that's related to music is those sites that remove the vocals or separate the instrumentals, that's all. Well, even then it could be a little finicky. But I see what you mean. Since it doesn't have a self-check, it just destroys everything. Exactly. Like, I'll be honest, I sometimes use AI for my assignments, but to understand concepts, I do not tell me to give you the entire answer. Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Like, it's a replacement for just Googling it. Where it's like, I don't understand blank, and then this AI will be like, oh, this is the general whatever for it, right? That's why I love AJR. They had a comment. Who's AJR? Is this what the music industry is now? Just look at how fast I can make this type of song. It makes no sense. Just because you can doesn't mean these people. Well, I mean, that's another thing, too. A lot of people have the... and honestly, I kind of agree with it. The belief where it's that, like, if you make something with AI, why should I care about it? If you didn't care about it enough to put in your whole butt into it, and you just not cheated, but cheapened it with AI, then why should I care of listening to it or looking at it or watching it? It's kind of like that, where it's like people could tell the amount of effort you put into something, and if you try to cut that too much, it kind of not ruins it, but it cheapens it, right? Did you know how an AI tried to kill someone to ensure that the person wouldn't shut it off? No, I didn't hear about that one. It's cries for help. It doesn't mean that it's your cry for help. It lacks all emotion. This week has been crazy, bro, and it's only Tuesday. Really? I didn't finish it, but you still made sense of it. That's meant to be connected. By the way, AJR made the world's smallest violin song that's very popular. Also made the Thirsty Witch, which is bad. Gotcha. But yeah, no. So for example, if I had something that where I'm like, I need to comb through thousands of pages of Excel sheet data, having an AI be able to interact with that and be able to spit it out to me that is like able to tell if it's able to self-check, it's able to remove its own answers from its search engine stuff, then, you know, that would save a lot of time in a lot of situations. But in education, no. I think what's going to end up happening is that people are going to find that there's going to be an AI, almost like an oversight committee, where their job is to determine if what the AI spits out is true or not. I don't think they're going to have the AI check itself. I think they're going to have people check the AI, which feels backwards. By the way. It feels backwards, but I think that's the direction it's going to go. The recent EP is so good. They sampled a really fast auctioneer guy for their song. Anyway, it's going to be lurking. All right. Enjoy. Good luck on your work. But point is, all this is to say, as far as asking me, as far as how are we going to use AI for game dev? And, you know, I was kind of going back and forth on it. I know for the voices, we were considering doing like text to speech for voices, because we have a lot of different voices and not a lot of money. But especially with the developments of like replacing voice actors the last 2 years, that's not going to be something I'm willing to do anymore. People ruined that. Gotta go for now. Need electrical components for a project. All right, Alarian, good luck on your project. Thanks for stopping by, and congratulations again on your losing weight. That's very excellent. I'm so happy for you. So, here's the thing. What does this mean? You should consider doing a casting call club post when you need voice actors. A lot of people post volunteering roles to get experience in the field. Yeah, I think that's the direction I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go like Fiverr. I'm gonna go like casting call club, where I'm going to just kind of be like, hey, I just need some voices for the game that I am making. I would prefer, if possible, when we get to that point, to be able to pay them appropriately. I don't like the idea of not paying someone, because I want people to believe that their skills have value. We'll see when we get there, right? And we'll see, like, we still need to make the script and everything, so we're still good ways away before we even get to the point of voice acting. But also know that I will be posting, like, just y'all will be made aware of what we're going to be doing and when we're going to be doing it. Personally, my music is all on Spotify. That's good. Then all my Instagram is filled with the Trump. It's AI school, now AI killing people. What the hell, man? Right? I'm scared that the algorithm knows I hate AI, so it's giving me a lot of anti-AI content on Instagram. Well, I mean, your phone's always listening, so it's unfortunate, but it's true. It's literally making me stay on that side without seeing the other perspective. Yeah, I think there are sites, I forget which sites they are, but there are sites that specifically make it so that you see both sides. I forget what's the name of it, but off the top of my head. But it's tough. It's tough when you want to try to see both sides, because the current structure is not designed for intelligent comparison. It's for kind of getting people on both ends of the spectrum, where there's no one in the middle. I just get racist stuff, man. Yeah, I think you just need to get at some kind of algorithm cleanse. I don't know how to say it. Like, just specifically look for stuff that you want to get content for, and then just go down that list and then just start interacting with it, and then maybe that'll help. Just a thought. I don't really know, but I know there are resources out there on how to manipulate the algorithm so that it properly gives you the things that you need. So a good example of this is for content creators. So one of the things that I saw that was actually a pretty interesting point was, if you want to see once you picked out the kinds of people that you want to cater your content that you make towards that kind of person. Like, a good example of this, by the way, is like, I want to make content that is based around students of engineer students, and I have like a bunch of like teaching videos, or specifically for engineering, like stuff like that, like something specific. What you would do, for example of this, is that you would make a brand new account in that social media, and then specifically look for that, and then interact with that. And then what you do is that at any point that you want to see what kind of videos are hot right now, you just pull up that other account and then look at what's being fed to them, and then use that as a basis to move your content in that direction. Instagram is just racist stuff. The snake memes the most whatever track it sends me randomly. Yeah, I think I haven't heard good things about Instagram currently. Right now, it's TikTok has its hooks in me, but luckily Instagram and the such have not gotten their hooks in me. I need to do some step backs with TikTok though. I'm noticing the effects of it. So, but the problem is that I post stuff. I post stuff on there, but what I need to do is make sure that I use it enough where I post and I interact, etc., and then I put it down, because I can tell it's manipulating me emotionally, and I can tell that it's draining me creatively. And I'm like, man, is that just like very important resources that I don't want it getting its little feelers into. So Instagram is literally the only way I can talk to some uni friends, so it got me hooked because I keep having a friend to friend some friend. Yeah. Well, that's the thing where it's like you need to you need to try your best to not get it into you, but if you're using it, that's how it's got its foot in the door. It's still better than 90% of YouTube Shorts. Yeah, I've heard that YouTube Shorts are not great. I mean, I still make YouTube Shorts, but like I've heard that on the like consumption side, like I watch YouTube Shorts here and there, like occasionally, but that's because I'm on the YouTube app a lot on my iPad. So like, it's now one thing I will say, because I did cut the YouTube, like I was the what do you call it, freaking I was paying for YouTube, so I didn't get ads, and I cut that to save money. And the amount I'm noticing as far as the manipulation of ads and stuff on those videos are heinous. It's bad. He's like, what do you mean I get an ad every 5 minutes on a 1 hour VOD? Crazy, dude. Crazy. But you do still have Discord. That is true. That is true. Hopefully Discord holds strong. Discord is one of the few places that I'm just like, I don't run into ads. Like, it's fine. I have 3 people at most who I talk to on Discord, and one is no longer using Discord for a while. Yeah. Discord is pretty good right now. Hopefully that stays the same. I think I know all 3 of those people. Yeah. But yeah, no, when it comes to utilization of AI, I don't think we're going to use it, at least as of right now, in what I'm understanding with it. And then we didn't even talk about the environmental impact of it all. Like, I'm very not okay with everything that's happening with the water situation with that. So it's kind of, it's really giving me hesitation of properly learning this, because I should learn it. That's kind of the thing too, is that I should learn how to utilize it, like, if I don't learn how to use the new tool that everyone is currently using, it will get to a point where it's so integrated in our culture that I will be left behind, and I don't want that. So I do need to learn how to, but I'm just more or less waiting for the other shoe to drop where I see a use case that doesn't make me feel gross. And I haven't seen one of those yet. So we'll see. All right. So, game dev. We are doing game dev. So let's go ahead and open up. I don't talk to Salty much, but the rest is true. How is Salty, by the way? It's been a hot minute since they've been in here. Last call hub. There you are. Let's see. Last time she's in Japan. Ooh. Hopefully she's having fun. Good on her. Them. I don't know her pronouns. I always, honestly, when I don't know someone's pronouns, I just do neutral. It's the best defense. But any pronouns, you're good? Okay, good. Well, that was another thing that I thought of a while ago when I was thinking, like, do I have a preference in pronouns? Like, I always went by he, him. But, like, I don't think I have a preference. My identity isn't tied to my sex. So it's kind of like I don't feel insulted if I'm called any of them. So I might be any. Kind of like I don't care. But I don't know if that's how that works. So I'm just like, I just don't really specify and create it. Let's go. I finished my HTML CSS module. Sadly, I'm still in web dev as PHP and is next. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, geese. I am honored, PTCO. I am honored. How are y'all doing today? Hopefully well. Hyper's fixated on Pandora's Hearts to the point where she went to Japan to see a limited run of musical adaptation. That's funny. I go by he by the day and they by night. I am vengeance. Wait, seriously? I'm good. Also finished SQL and I still have no clue as to why I'm going to use it. I have no idea either. Half the things you even mentioned I didn't even recognize. First I was like, yes, HTML CSS module. Uh-huh. Indeed. I understand that. Well, let me ask you this. There was only one part that you lost me at. What is a PHP? Now you're starting to understand how much not... I'm very... what's the word I want to look for? I am still very new to the space. Let's put it that way. No computer degree... Very little coding experience, but we're making a game anyway. I say little, even though we've been working on this game for a year. So, you know, whatever. No, we've been working on this game for almost 2 years. It is a programming language tailored to web dev. Really? I thought HTML was web dev specific. No, HTML is website specific, not web dev specific. Still doing better than Pirate Software. That's true. I haven't. No. I was that whole situation, man. I feel about that. Because he was the inspiration that got me into live streaming my game dev journey. And then it happened. Like, the stuff happened. And then I'm like, oh my guy. Well, some people give you more lessons than you anticipate. At least your code doesn't look like Yandere Dev. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. I do what I can. I do my best. It's just not great. He did work for 7 years at Blizzard. That's true. I did hear about that. I will not say that he wasn't wise. I'm absolutely oblivious for pirate server situations. I don't know shit. Honestly, stay that way. Just leave it be. What's done is done. Pretty much everything is in the past at this point. At least your sprites don't look like the ban emote. Wait, hold on. Oh, not emote. Remote. What is ban remote? What is Ban like the Garden of Ban? Like that? Just watch the Meat Kenyan Pirate. It's a pretty good recap. Oh no, I did watch that. I watched that. No, I watched the whole like raid thing like blow up. I saw that. I wouldn't say part of that. I was like at least aware of those situations of all that stuff there. Oh, you're talking to Foxy. Yeah. Raid Shadow Legends. That reminds me, this this stream is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. Not really. Not even. No. Look at the Ban remote polygon count. What? Ban remote polygon count? Okay, I gotta check this out. Ban remote. Oh, polygon count. What? Hold on. Wait a minute. You said you put it in general? Let's look. It has 4 shapes. Garden of Ban. Oh, wait a minute. Hold up. The remote has 184,000 polygons? What? 100? Infamous example of this small geometric remote control made up of hold on. I'm sharing my screen. It's Tumblr, so take it with a grain of salt. 184,000 triangle. This is 184,000 polygons. I can make the remote in less than 50, and I can't use Blender. Yeah. What the hell? Oh, look at the topology. Oh no. I need to learn. I need to do Blender, dude. Well, I needed to do Blender for the lore videos anyway. But like, damn. Unfortunate. 180,000 grains of salt. Yeah, have enough salt that it becomes problematic for your high blood pressure. Oh my gosh, reminds me of first Blender project. Good times. Yeah, it really does, doesn't it? It definitely gives the feeling. Imagine just that. Like, bro, that's so many polygons. That's crazy. Oh man. Oh, that's so much. So funny. Hey guys, hold on. Hold on. Where is it? Where's my scene? Where's my scene? Where are you? Where are you? There you are. Hey, you want to guess how many polygons that this computer has? It's a cube. It's like 4. Oh man, I couldn't fit 180,000 polygons in an entire game. You could. You could. You'd be surprised. Actually, I have no idea. I have no idea. Let's see here. Why can I? Oh, right. Is it? No? Oh, preview. Let's knock that off. Okay, so let's look. This is, by the way, this is the scene. This is the scene so far. This is the player, this is the player's chair, and this is the desk. And what I plan is the background is going to have like people walking back and forth, their computer screens that are blurred out, and then a big screen on top that shows like the current announcement to the new stuff. Also, skip learning Blender, learn SolidWorks, Dodo Man. SolidWorks? Why have I not heard of SolidWorks? Hold on. Let me Google that. SolidWorks. Elevate your engineering game, build towards SolidWorks. Innovators around the world use SolidWorks, cloud project development solutions, create, collaborate, deliver. It's a CAD program for engineering. I don't think that'll work for me. I'm allowing that through just because of how honest it is. That's funny. It's a piece of, it looks like, I'm gonna be real, it looks bad. It looks like a limb system for biology in pharmaceutical companies. It looks like this looks like it would be a pain to deal with. Oh my gosh. Of course, that's honest. I've used that for 2 years. That's so funny. Are the people going to be humans or like dodos or something else? No, humans, 100%. Don't get me, listen, utilizing having Mama Dodo be on stream and all that kind of stuff, and we're doing the Paleomancer and Idealist stuff. That's very important, and we're going to be moving forward narratively. This game is nothing to do with that. Surprisingly enough, this is just a game that I want to make. So it's not going to be linked. The only link with it is going to be like Easter eggs where we have a dodo with a squeaky nose or something. You know what I mean? It's a pain, but it really is precise in its measurements and simulations. I mean, I guess. Also, why is the dodo PNG making an Arby's breakfast? Oh, you also have a cigarette with your Arby's? Based. Just kidding. It's the costume that I made for Arctic Eggs. I don't know if you've heard that one. It's a weird indie game, but it was pretty fun and very funny. Something I do it's definitely worth a few hours of your time. And so we did a spring cleaning where we make a lot of different costumes, and we made too much, so we voted and kept some of them and put other ones like in a quote-unquote vault. And it seemed that the duck onesie Mama Dodo didn't make it that round, so I had to come up with a new costume. I was like, hey, what would be an essential equivalent to a game dev costume for Mama Dodo? And the first thing I thought of was, oh, Mama Dodo's cooking. We're cooking today, chats. We're cooking. And here we go. Will there be a references to stream? There can be. There might be some here and there. We might have like a flyer on a bulletin board or something that would be like, join us on blah, 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 or something. We could have fun with it. When we make the art assets, that's where we can really put some fun stuff on there if we want to make some good references. Put a dodo rubber duck on the side of the rubber duck debugging. Yeah, exactly, geese. Suggestion: there should be a redeem that costs like 5,000. You can add one thing to the desk within limits. That would we were considering adding like little things, but again, if we look at where's our camera? There it is. Boop. Here we go. If we look here, it's already pretty cluttered. So we would have to move things around, and we might move things around anyway, to make room. Where if we do add random stuff that you can collect, I will consider it. I'm not sure how I feel about 5K. Honestly, feels a bit cheap for adding something in a game. Sadly, I have no time. Busy making leet code brain rot TikTok scroller app. Congrats. Mama Ducko didn't make it. Yeah, Mama Ducko didn't make it. I accidentally deleted an important file in my Unity file, and now it's hectic. No! Get it back! Give me the 180k polygon remote for the desk. Oh gosh, that would be so funny though. It's like, yeah, this scene runs like butt now, but hey, at least we have this remote. Wonder why. Add a framed picture of Shrek. It's like on the side. It's like a family portrait, but it's just Shrek. What if you work on the sound effects today? Sound effects is way too far along though. Why? What are you thinking? Do something simple? Well, today we are moving forward with implementing the phone the phone calls coming in and us answering them. So we need to go about in a way to determine like how we want that interaction to be. Easter egg for whoever digs deep into the game files. Oh, got you. So it's like an asset, but it was never added to the level. That's kind of funny. What if you were? But yeah, something simple is like add Animal Crossing speech sound effect as a placeover for sound for the calls. Honestly, that's not bad. That's not a bad recommendation, Dragon. That would be a decent filler. Where it could just be like, or we can do Charlie Brown, where it's like, no, that's Banjo-Kazooie. What was Charlie Brown? Charlie Brown and Banjo-Kazooie sound a little similar. Don't forget the British Child VA Dodo Man. That's true. It's true. I do remember the child. We'll make one of the sounds slightly British, just for you geese. Add the Animal Crossing species plays over. Yeah. All right. So that we did that. Did we not update? What did we do? Of course not. Of course we didn't do that. I need the British child. I want to say phrasing to that one. I need this child. You do not understand. There should be a newspaper Easter eggs. Like, first idea is like reference to other games, like local man jumps on turtles and attacks head of state, and it's just Mario. That would be pretty funny. That's why I'm thinking bulletin board, because again, all this is happening in one night. If it was a multiple day thing, a newspaper would be funny. But a bulletin board, and then we could just have like little advertisements, quote unquote, where we have pictures of like this, and then each one will be different references for games that helped make this become a game, games that we like, the streams, the things that we do, etc. Here's your phrasing. I require an orphan from a British descent. That is somehow worse, geese. Now you sound like like a vampire walking into a hospital. All right. Excuse me. Do you have an orphan of British descent? Oh. Oh my gosh. I must obtain the British child. You don't understand. I am a very picky eater. It's like, wait, what? What was that last part? Nothing. I got to go. Turns into a bat, flies away. Did you figure out how the phone works? I think I did mention ways to design a general game dev chat. I think so. Honestly, I need to honestly, we need to go to ad break anyway. So we'll do a quick 3-minute ad break. I'm gonna look at that general game chat to recall the conversation that we had. One British child. Two British children. All right. Go to ad break. We'll be back in 3 minutes. Stretch, drink some water, go to the bathroom. We'll be right back. Imagine being immortal, but you were born in like 2003. It's like, bro, I've been like... That is kind of funny, Foxy. That is pretty good. Where it's just like, bro, what? All right, game dev, general chat. I remember the text engine wobbly stuff. I do remember talking about that. Animatronic Game Jam. Were you asking about that? Call only mode. This imperative blind audience. Born over 2021 and missing a global pandemic. Right? Decipher if they are mimic, if they are human. From the days from when I can make a call here, what it is to do. There'll be multiple calls at once. Like, how would there be different from Madari to how early? Will the first one level one be east in? Are they all the same general area? Like one town talks and the area change over time. Okay. Mimics escape from the scene. Mimic flees, still in the scene. There's a thing, although kept identity looks like the mimic very ambiguous by throwing a lot of conflicting descriptions. Sketches could easily be confused if there are more mimics. This could be written by some people as they shapeshift or they transform to whatever they like. I remember answering the questions. I'm not seeing exactly where you're mentioning it, Dragon. I know it's mentioned here and there, but not specifically. I see call only mode. Hovering, touching objects will make it sound. Dialogue mode off. Dialogue mode on. Yeah. Or it's just like a TTS system. Yeah. With the phone. I do. Okay, that must be what you're referring to. Is the TTS system with the phone, where it's like dialogue mode off, where you can hear it versus see it on screen. All right, welcome back. Got me at the end of a nice stretch. All right, so getting into this game dev. So I'm seeing what you're talking about, Dragon, where you mentioned as far as dialogue mode on and off for the phone. So before we even get to the point where we need to talk about the phone, specifically, we need to talk about, where is the thing? I'm looking at this, by the way. This is our last call Excel sheet, because I need an Excel sheet for everything. And we also on this have a development roadmap. So specifically, well, I had NPC leaving, but we've created a situation archive where we have like a handful of in general, what happens between 15 and 22nd July. Nothing happened between 15 and 22nd of July. For the most part, the game development is only happening while we're streaming. Which, you know, I've gone back and forth on that a lot. That's when Idealist Minds exploded. That is honestly kind of true. My mind did explode. Actually, my mind exploded in June. And my sleep schedule has not returned to normal since then, by the way. It's still off. Anyway, but since June and July, we switched to working on our Stream API. Was it when you discovered a British child for the Virginia Dodo Man? Not quite. Listen, I'm on a call list. You know, you'd be surprised how the British children VA's like demand is insanely high. So I'm still waiting to hear back from them. It's kind of like when you're trying to get a plumber in. They're like, hey, we'll call you back between like the hours and days of this time. It's kind of like that. While stuck in ads, I let Spotify autoplay some songs. It gave you 6 vendor shuffle, and it's actually so funny. What? That's wild. How was that not flagged? Point is, we made a situation archive where, in general, we have what kind of situations the player would come across and what the proper responses for that be. But even before this, we need to create the do we need to create the resource system? I think even before all of this, I think we need to make the phone system first. So here's the thing. even before we do like the calls, before we have someone come in, we have to have a system in place that makes it so that when we say if we are right versus we are wrong, it moves things forward. That's what needs to be put in place, and that's what we need to move forward. Because as of right now, it's just a space bar. We need to come up of how are we going to have it where they are able to say like, okay, right, correct and incorrect, and then when it's correct, then either nothing happens or, you know, reset the timer. And then if it's incorrect, so then it moves forward with like the spread that we had before. Whilst honestly, for plumbing and British financial, just do it yourself, make it generic, and make the resource sanity. Right? And then I'm also going to call it amnesia, but it's amnesia desk job edition. Are you really making a horror game if you don't have a sanity meter? Name one horror game that doesn't have a sanity meter. You can't. It's impossible. Featuring The Office. That's really funny. Point is, we need to have something that says like, hey, we get to move forward, or hey, they got it right, we're not moving forward. So I'm thinking we still keep the spacebar thing as kind of like as a way for us to move things forward without waiting on a timer. But I think we do need to have a system in place where it goes off of a timer, and then something pops up that we need to interact with that is either a yes or a no, or like a correct or incorrect. And so we need to decide how that's going to look, and how do we want that interaction to be, right? Make a player class that's just comp sci and he starts with negative sanity. Doesn't PT technically have no meters? I don't know what you're talking about. PT doesn't exist. Don't worry, I was going to say that regardless what game you were going to mention, but that's really funny that technically PT doesn't exist. It's an actual real response to that. Oh man. Me gaslighting my community. Name a better combination. I was going to say FNAF at first. Well, I guess a sanity meter would be also considered an electricity meter for that game. It's just a different name, but it's pretty much the same idea. You have a limited resource that's ticking down over time, and the more you interact with the enemy, the faster it goes down. It's a sanity meter. Convince me otherwise. We should have a special stream and make one night at Mama Dodo's using FNAF Maker. That would be wild. That would be a wild one. I don't even know how would people do it. So electrical engineering is a pretty scary game, and it has no meter. Well, it's a meter that you can't see, which is somehow more terrifying. All right, so how are we gonna do this? Well, do we have, that's phone calls. Do we have phone system in place? We do not. All right. Where are you? There you go. Phone system. I dropped out of that. The game is too scary. Yeah. Honestly, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't. Electrical engineering, besides being an electrician, what would you do with an electrical engineering degree? It's don't get me wrong. It sounds very like a good field. I just don't know. That feels like shoehorning yourself. If like, what else could you possibly do with it? Kind of like majoring in history. It's like, what are you going to be besides a history teacher? Be a prof to continue the cycles of turn to torment. There you go. Okay. Yeah. I feel like there's certain degrees, unfortunately, where the only path forward is a specific kind of just one. That's it. It's either professor or that thing, and that's it. That's your whole life ahead of you now. Okay, so phone system. Basically, what we want is the stream of events is mimic. No, not even mimic. It's player receives a call. I wanted to be an English teacher before all this. I should have continued that dream. How did you go from English to engineering? They seems like very different things. I could do that because the amount of comp sci lectures leaving is insane. Really? Is it because of all the AI stuff? Why are they leaving? I have a teacher that's like barely over 27, and she's so obviously taking her revenge for her school trauma. Like she's taking it out on the students. Or hear me out, just learn COBOL. Is that a language, I'm assuming? My sister went from a teacher to a project manager, so you'd be surprised. Okay, project managers, okay. Honestly, project managers do a very good job. Props to project managers out there. Shout out to all my project managers out there. Hell yeah. Look at you making sure people get their shit done. And working in science and pharmaceuticals, project managers is what allowed things to move forward. And man, is it just like herding cats. So you need a project manager. You see, I only got accepted to 2 schools after I finished high school. One was an English major, and the other was a comp sci program. Gotcha. And the joke is the average age of COBOL dev is 60 years old. That's funny. It's used in all the banks? That's honestly unsettling. Well, I mean, that is job security right there. Damn. Okay. All right. Real quick. Sorry about this. I need to run to the restroom. So y'all chill for a little bit. I'll be back in like not even 5 minutes. Like not even 5. So I'll be right back. Y'all make sure nothing happens to the game. All right. Make sure nothing crazy happens. I'm watching. egg, 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 egg. All right, egg. I'm back. Sorry about that. Egg. It's one of the things about, I don't know, eating healthier egg. For whatever reason. It's just like, hey, you need to go to the bathroom like egg. Now. And I'm like, what? It's like, no, now. Now. I'm like, oh, okay. Egg. Thank you for being patient. Appreciate it. Egg. All right, let's catch up. Job, if you learn it, I'm basically gonna work during the 12 days of Christmas. No! Hey! Hey, Pixelated. Oh gosh, you came in right when I was gone. Pixelated, no! Egg. Are you still here? It's also this is on LinkedIn from the Phil. At your time coded using Cabal. You saved the disk, waited 10 minutes for the page to load. Did you also meet dinosaurs? Was that before? Okay. Hey, how are you doing, Pixelated? Oh my gosh, talk about bad timing. Hello, welcome in. Yeah, right. Okay, as long as the eggs are entertaining. Literally stepped away to use the restroom real quick, and you're just like, hey, new person. I'm here. What's going on? And there's just silence and just people spamming eggs. It's like, this is what I come in on? This is the person that I decide to follow? Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, no. So I am making an indie horror game where mimics are slowly taking over the town, and you are a 911 operator receiving phone calls that may or may not be real. And you have to make sure you send the right personnel, or else the mimics will slowly take over the town. Can I romance the mimics? No. But there are stories that we have in place that involve a woman falling in love with her husband again, and the husband was a mimic the whole time. And it was really funny. Well, thank you. So to go off of Geese, the romance thing, there's a lot of like little subplots that I want to implement, and they're so cool. Like, one of them is husband. Okay, I'll paint the picture for you. Old married couple. The marriage has been strained for years. The husband is in the toilet, gets ambushed in the bathroom through the window, gets killed by the mimic and replaced. At that point, the wife comes to the door, and she has essentially it's over kind of conversation. And the mimic she has a back and forth with the mimic, where the mimic like is actually kind of like understanding and is actually like a good it's actually like a good responsive individual, and she's just like, wow, you really you really do care about me. You really want to try. You really want to make this work. And like the mimic is like talking about how much like he loves her still and how he wants to make this work. Like totally just like the mimic is a better partner than the partner was kind of deal. And then after the whole debacle of like, oh, I think we can make this work, she opens the door to like embrace her husband now that they feel like they can make this marriage work, and she immediately becomes face to face with a mimic and dies. Just instant killed, just instant death. I don't know how we're gonna paint that in a post situational thing, but oh my gosh, no, you know what? I know how to paint it. In fact, let's do that. I want to paint it where she was recording it for her divorce lawyer. She needed proof that he isn't trying to keep the marriage in check, so she had a recorder on her person to record that situation, but we are listening it post-death to hear what happened. Listen, people are gonna ship themselves with the mimic. They're gonna do it. Oh, really? Oh, gosh. Oh, so funny. All right, hold on. Let's look at scripts. Here it is. Scripts was okay. So here's the different subplots that we have going so far. We have Crazy Cat Lady. Crazy Cat Lady is a house full of cats. At some point, those cats get replaced by mimics, but she's blind, so she can't tell. So if you go and open the door, the house is full of mimics. Second one, marriage counseling. This is it. Follows an old couple at the end of the rope regarding the marriage. Husband gets replaced in the bathroom. Wife is taken aback at how supportive and responsive her husband is. After having a heart attack, she opens the door and the mimic and dies. We know because she was recording the conversation to bring to her divorce lawyer. There we go. And this is what I mean, by the way, of like, it's better to do narrative first and then figure out the intricacies later. Having an interesting narrative and then building around that is like, you could make it work. You could always find a way to make it work. We also have men on the street. Police finds a person in the street yelling at people not to come close, and if they do, they die. The police must de-escalate the situation. Player must have additional personnel to previously chosen location. The origin of the mimics. So the story, overall story, as of right now, is that you are the main character was picked up from a nearby town because she went into the hospital after being attacked in the woods. I'm leaving that purposely vague so that people could kind of fill in their own 2 cents to it, but essentially she's being followed by these mimics. And as far as how these mimics function is pretty, I wouldn't say straightforward. Think Appalachian, why you don't respond to the whistles out in the trees. If you hear the voice of your loved one, don't follow them. And at least in the United States, they are the reason why there is an overlap between abduction cases and cave systems. If you don't know that map, it's terrifying. It shows an overlapping of like missing people and then also have like cave systems, and it's like weirdly like 1-to-1. It's crazy. So the way that these mimics are being made to be is that they have been hunting humans for a very, very long time. They are very good at observing and manipulating social animals, and humans are their favorite go-to. So, for whatever reason, they are taking a much more proactive approach and are starting to attack small towns and small cities and slowly kind of taking over them. And this is their hunting strategy. Step 1 is observation. In fact, I have if you don't know me, I am an Excel sheet nerd. Why am I not seeing my thing? There it is. I make an Excel sheet for everything. Literally everything. Monsters? No, that's not it. It would be... That's mimic spread. I want more stuff about the monster situation. I don't even see it. Anyway, it's fine. Point is, step 1, observation. But still using a mouse, shame. Hey, wait, can you move to a different tab without using mouse? I feel ashamed. Excuse me. Teach me, geese. Anyway, step 1, observation. They see the interactions, they see the words they say and certain things. Step 2, ambush. Then when they feel like they've gotten enough information that they could properly mimic it, they ambush them either by tricking them with utilizing sounds or just, out of sight. Step 3, mimic that call. Control down arrow or down up. Oh my gosh. No. That's not it for me. Yeah, no. That doesn't work for mine. It just goes down to the bottom of the page. Anyway. No, left and right goes to XFD. Yeah, no. And the after the ambush, they mimic the calls for help or try to get people to get there. And every single time they try to get people to help the person that they've killed. As soon as they get close, they get ambushed and killed. And then eventually it'll get to a point where they've kind of made a decision of, okay, that's enough people. And then the last person who comes, they don't kill. And then they follow the last person that came by. And then the cycle continues again. What is the max distance of the y-axis? There's a max distance to the y-axis for Excel? Well, if this goes to anything, it's... Hold on. Wait. Why is this doing this now instead of the other one? Wow. Why I'm doing control again and it's not doing it anymore. It's not going up and down. No! Wait, I could do this. Here we go. It's 1,048,576. There it is. That's it. We learned, yay! Anyway, so that's how the mimics are I'm describing to be function. They do not. You have been denied permission to sacred Excel shortcuts. No, no. Anyway, and I am doing how I want to go about it. Whether or not we actually get to a point where we can actually make this a fruition is going to be very, very difficult. But I am not going to have any, and I repeat, any descriptors of what these mimics look like. Because what I want is for the community who plays this game to come up with their own mental version of what these things look like, and I want to see all the different versions of what they could look like. So I'm not giving you anything. I'm barely giving you footsteps. Some of, like, depending, and all of these things will give you like different ways as far as the only thing that I can tell you is that this will be mostly an auditory game. And they will never be killed. They will escape after being shot at by the police, but they will not be killed. And they have the maybe the only thing you'll get from it was like they're able to kill humans relatively quickly. Would be a good way of putting it. Should it be like a Cthulhu where people say, "Oh my God, what is that?" and "What is that?" Kind of like that. It'll be kind of like being like, "What the hell is that?" And then when they try to give a descriptor, they're just like, "I don't know. It was too fast," or like, "I don't know what I saw." Like it'll be purposely vague. I'm not gonna get to the point where it's like you lose your mind if you see it. It's so scary that you couldn't possibly comprehend. It's nothing like that. But I do want to like utilize and really kind of lean on. I don't know if that's one of the things, the scripts on here that I have. We'll finish the list and then we'll see. But one of the things that I want it to mimic is the ability to mimic voices even on recordings. So one of the scenes that I want to do, again, if it's not on here, I'll add it, is a person is listening to their old child videos for whatever reason. Let's say like it's the anniversary of their mother's death or something, and they're watching old child videos where they can still see their mom. And then after watching the old VHS, that she like stops it and then goes into the kitchen and does the dishes, and then she hears her mom's voice like coming from her bedroom, and it still has that like VHS like artifact sound to it, where it sounds like someone's just playing her voice on the recorder or on the VHS, but the VHS is off. And I really like that mental image that brings, like of like, it's like, right, it's like, oh, it doesn't need to mimic people. Like I want these things to kind of give a little more insight of how these things function. So let's see here. We'll do VHS. Let's see here. Woman. I figured it was like a woman was listening to an old VHS of her mom when she was alive, 1 year death anniversary, but while she was in the kitchen, here's the VHS version of her mom talking in her bedroom, calling her to her. Like little stuff like that, you know? It's the little things that really make a horror game. And we're gonna get to it. But yeah, so the man on the street one is like they're purposely leaving out a person in the street as like a lure, and anyone who gets close to that person without the proper police handling, like without enough police handling the situation, the mimics will just literally run across the street, ambush, and take them away like faster than they can react. Like making clear that they can mimic any sound so that player wouldn't picture them necessarily human-like. Kinda like that. Like, I want them to be able to mimic the creaking of the floorboard so that the person doesn't, the person thinks that they are at a different location. Like, they're master mimic of vocal mimics. They're able to manipulate or replay essentially any sound. Now, depending how we go about it, if we give like a metallic tinge to it, it gives the impression that these things might be akin to like Siren Head kind of deal. Man, this grass is really creaky tonight. This would be really funny. But like, so we want to kind of give a bit of uncertainty of not only do we not know these things look like, we don't fully know what they are capable of. Beatboxing mimics would be funny. Ooh, it would be really cool if it mimicked the sound of what was it called? Giant discs. You play it with a little needle, where it's able to play that music. Where it's like, oh, that thing cut on. I can't think. Recorder discs? Shh. Vinyl. Thank you, geese. Oh my gosh, I have an issue with words. I apologize. It's a processing thing. So it would be kind of cool to have a situation where you hear like practically borderline horror movie cliche, where someone takes the vinyl off, or they take the thing off where it stops playing the vinyl. They leave the room. It starts playing by itself. So then you get a little creeped out. They go down, and it's just playing. The record's playing. And then they go over and turn it off again. And they look around, and no one's around. And they're like, nothing's happening. So then they leave. So then you hear it play again. And so then they come down, this time more irritated. And they get over to the vinyl where it should be playing. And it's not playing. And then... yeah, exactly. Then we do a little trolley. It's not playing. And then they realize the sound is coming a little bit to the left. Like behind a half wall or something. And then that's when it gets ambushed and killed. I like little things like that, where it's able to... these things... like, the main idea with this is the mental image of... there's an emergency broadcast happening, because that is going to be something in this game. There's going to be emergency broadcasts that can be manipulated by the mimics if they get a hold of that location. And it says stay inside, do not let anyone in, do not trust what you hear. And that's all it says. And so that's going in the background. The family's really nervous. People don't really understand what's going on. And then they hear a door. This is like a small family, right? And then they hear a knock on the front door. And they hear their neighbor that they're really close with, that they always had good terms with, saying like, hey, it's like, help, I'm hurt. Something broke in. You need to call the police right now. Please let me in. I don't know. I don't think it's safe out here. And the idea of, is that a person? Or is that a mimic? And that's kind of what the inspiration for this game is the idea of, what would you do? Or what would they do? I want these NPCs to feel like they're making human fucking decisions. You know what I mean? I feel like I know that's not asking a lot, but there's so many horror games and so many horror movies where people just don't act like human beings. They're acting like characters in a narrative. I know it doesn't sound the same, but like, I've never made a human decision in my life. You know what, Pixelated? That's real. The one Minecraft ending with the smartest protagonist ever. Kind of like that. Usually referred to the sacred coin to make decisions. Just run and trip from the serial killer. Exactly. So like that was the original idea. The original idea was that it's trying to mimic people to open the door. FYI, it wasn't real. They open the door because they trust the neighbor. They get ambushed in. It's one of the few times in which you won't get a phone call to the police because they trusted their neighbor. Point is, it's I want the slow reveal that it's not just people it's able to manipulate. It's not just social situations able to manipulate. And it does get smarter as time moves forward. So the man in the street, they're using someone as bait. As soon as anyone gets close, they ambush them. That's another subplot. Not from around here. This is the xenophobia subplot. Gotta have one of those. One of the people with a heavy accent, it is not originally from the small town. When things go bad, certain people start to suspect that they are the cause of what's happening. The good old was it red herring? Am I combining things from it? I knew John from accounting living next door would be my downfall. It's like, I knew that. It's like, they said I was going to get killed by my neighbor, but I didn't believe them. Now I understand why. Would the mimics do that thing like in Vita Carnis where it waits outside the door of a hiding victim for days until they go insane? I think yes. I think it would be similar because this is a game that's inspired by those kind of videos, right? Kind of obvious, kind of not. This is combining my love for that kind of horror mixed with my love for like the deep, mysterious, dark fantasy that is like the Appalachian Mountains, old god, don't get near the door in the woods kind of mentality, right? I didn't know John from Academy of the Street to rip me in half. He's been working out. But yeah, you gotta have at least one situation where they are just gonna blame the person who isn't born in that town. So gotta have that. Ooh, this one was also kind of interesting. That was an interesting tape for it. I named it Sorry. A recording after an attack, you hear one of the mimics repeat the word sorry. And in parentheses, I want to give the impression of an abuser. So basically what it is that I want to give the potential or add the seed of doubt where these things are aware of what they're doing is wrong. Are they really understanding that it's wrong? Or are they just mimicking the sound of someone apologizing? I want to add that seed of doubt of like, do these things know what they're doing? I knew it. Margaret from down the hall, the 89 years old, is on death's door. It's a secret imposter. My God. I always hated the color blue. You know why? No reason. How many mimics are there? Can they reproduce? Or are just those? I plan to slowly add more as part of the difficulty spike, but I think I'm gonna leave the discretion of like how many there actually are attacking this town to be unclear. In fact, I wanted to feel like, well, is there even more than one, or did things just get worse? I'm not really sure. Is it just getting better at what it does? The way that I plan on making it at least kind of vibey that there's more than one is, remember how I said the mimics are going to get tougher as the time goes on? At a certain point in the game, there will be the introduced, quote unquote, the introduced of a new one where it's going to be at a lower difficulty. So suddenly some of them are easier for whatever reason. So it's like things are getting harder progressively, and then suddenly there's an easier one, and you're like, wait, why is there an easier one? It was harder the whole time. I don't understand. And then that's going to give you the impression of like, oh God, there's more than one of these things. But the only thing I can confirm is there's more than one. I'm not going to tell you how many there are or how many there's going to be, but there is more than one. They have done nothing wrong, but they are blue. Can we get a mimic just singing white girl music? That would be pretty funny. That would be pretty funny. I have an idea. What if a coworker picks up a call and hears his own voice, so he goes insane or whatever? I don't know about him going insane. I do kind of like the idea of you hearing your own voice. Let's see. Let's put this as like potential narratives. Potential narratives. Why was this one? Though interesting Anyways, potential narratives would be a person hearing their own voice beckoning or taunting them. Yeah. I'll gladly open my door and get killed by a mimic blasting last Friday night. That's funny. That is pretty funny. A mimic playing music. There you go. A person with schizophrenia confuses a mimic voice with his own vision. Ooh, that's good. Ooh, that's good. Schizo. schizophrenic individual who confuses mimic with a hallucination. Because here's another one, right? Because have you seen that like TikTok or short or whatever where they are schizophrenic, so they have a dog that like confirms the presence of individuals, so he literally is just like on the top of the screen, like granted I don't know how real this could be completely fake, where he's talking to someone, he's like, I had a small suspicion the person that I was talking to wasn't real, so I started recording. And it's just him having a full-blown conversation with being like, hey, how did you get in my house? Like, what do you mean? What? And then you're like, he's having obviously you're hearing the one side of the conversation, but he's having a conversation. And then his dog comes over and he's like, hey, someone here? And then silence. The dog doesn't do anything. And you can feel like the realization of who he's talking to wasn't real, and like the air gets thicker, dude. Like that eerie like hair-raising feeling of, oh god, he's not real. And then like you like the gears clicking in the brain. And I think that's very interesting. So good. That's I like that one a lot, Dragon. California mimics are unforgettable. Murder the people stack on top. Moonkiss got so hot. What? That is wild. Honestly, doing research on schizophrenia for high school theater assignment. Interesting. That it was apparently what we did, given this subject of truth and lies. What if there's a guy who always gets accused of being a mimic multiple times, but he's not? He cursed out a neighbor and he walks away, and then that neighbor gets killed. Always gets accused of being a mimic. What do you mean accused of being a mimic? Like a guy was being like, hey, that guy's a mimic. How weird is this person that they're being accused of being an old, like, unknowable force of nature? All right. Because the guy could just feel guilty after cursing the person. There's a guy who always gets accused of being the mimic multiple times, but he's not. He cursed out a neighbor and walks away, and that neighbor gets killed. Oh, okay. I think I'm getting what you're saying, Foxy. You're saying they're accusing him, almost like they're accusing him of like aiding the mimics, and then, but it just turns out that they just had a fight, and they just so happened to die, and now the neighbor who cursed him is just like, no, wait, it wasn't me. I didn't do anything wrong. Like that kind of vibe. Okay. A man being blamed for the death of their neighbor when it was the mimic. Kind of like that. Am I understanding fully? So that, you know, like there's Bob, and then there's somebody who says, Bob, are you a mimic? And Bob is like, I hope you go die in a ditch. That sounds like a weird conversation to have. And then mimic being a little shit kills the neighbor and puts him in a ditch. Oh. Yeah. Blamed after neighbor gets killed by a mimic. Said a threat in anger. A specific threat. Right, in anger, and died that same way. Got you. Basically, they were falsely accused of murder, and the mimic is the one who murdered it because they overheard the conversation. Okay. I feel like a lot of game dev just turns into more concept ideas. I mean, that's just the natural inclination. That's just the way to go about it. There's a process of where you just come up with as many different possible ideas as possible, and then we focus down on it. I think we have enough for a book. A small book. I wouldn't say we would be able to fill like a novella or anything. I know that's like the longest version of a book, but can't wait for none of these ideas not to be included in the game. Well, that's the thing. It's like I like coming up with these ideas so that we can then narrowed it down, and then at the very least we could just add it over time. As long as we have the process down, adding more shouldn't be an issue. I could be like, hey, here's a Halloween update. I've added like 20 new subplots to the game that we didn't add to the first one for like time reasons. Here you go. You know, we could not all, everything has to be ready up front, and just because we take it out doesn't mean we can't add it later. The idea here is just we still need to put out like the minimum viable product. Well, that would mean the story will have no continuation. What do you mean? Well, the end of the story is that you're the last one alive. That's the end of the story. You're the last one who lives. Do you mean like a sequel of what happens after this? Honestly, good question. I have no idea. It's just a small town, and then the demo for this game is going to be a prequel to this game. I was really proud of that idea. That the demo is going to be where she originally got hurt and it's like a really, really small town that's pretty much just this game at a much smaller scale. And then you go from the demo to this game, and then you get the full experience. I mean, you would get a full experience, but a longer experience. You'd be able to do more and interact with more. Like, if you're gonna keep adding plots over time, when will you ever get to the ending? Oh no! Like, the plots it wouldn't add. Let's put it this way. Let's say here's all the plots, right? This is not all happening at once. It's only going to be like 2, 3, maybe 4 of these in a run. And then you get to the end of the game, right? So but then you play it again and you get different plots. So kind of referring to one of the first decisions that I made when making this game was there are 3 things that need to be true at the same time. So it's a form of random generation of sorts. Kinda, yeah. So there are 3 things that need to be true in order to have a good game that is really, really successful, in my opinion. So first thing is you need a game that's fun to watch, because in today's environment, there are Twitch streamers, there are game players, there are people who play the game that people watch them play the game, right? You need a game that's fun to play, aka it's a game that is fun to play yourself. And then you need to make sure that you have a game that is fun to play after it is watched. That's the key. If you have to have all 3. If you don't have all 3, your quote unquote marketing of things is going to cannibalize your sales. So let's have an example of a game that is fun to watch but not a fun to play. If it's not fun to play, people aren't going to stick with it. They're not going to, if it's fun to watch, they're just going to watch the streams. That's it. If it's not fun to play after watching, having people play them, they're not going to buy the game after that because they saw the whole game. What else? Why would they get the game if they saw the whole thing? Right? So you need to have the ability to, but you want a game that's good, fun to watch, because that's free marketing. That's how you get your game out there nowadays, is having people play it and people watch them play it. Right? If it's not fun to watch, you're gonna spend a lot of money just trying to get the game out there with marketing, right? It's gonna fall flat. So parts of the things that we decided with this is replayability, in the sense of there's a handful of things that we're implementing. We're making it so that each character has their own little like story arc throughout the game, and the one that reaches the last person to die is the one that you get to know the full story of every single time you play the game, because depending on your mistakes, depending on who you decide to send out, it could be different every time, right? And then in addition to that are these different like subplots that happen throughout each one. Like, this is a game that is meant to be played multiple times, and that also means that the gameplay overall is relatively short. This is not a long, you don't like, this is a game where you try to last as long as possible, and as you get better, the games go longer. It's kind of like the opposite of like of trying to have games go quickly, but I also wanted to implement systems where if you want to try to beat the game quickly, it reminds me a bit of Slay the Princess, kinda. Which honestly, I need to play Slay the Princess. I know that's a game that has been recommended to me in the past, but kind of like that, for at least from my understanding of it. So by playing it more, you get more of an understanding. You get more of these kind of interactions and more of these kind of look behind the curtain, like these characters. And then I want people to have like their favorite characters of this story where they don't want them to die until the very end. And then you also want people that you're like, cool, I hate this guy, he's one of the first people that dies, right? Like, we want a diverse set of characters that are both likable and dislikable. You need a little bit of both, because that does manipulate people's players' decisions of who to send and who not to send when things are getting risky, right? So it's I don't think we have to worry about bloat in the sense of gameplay or game time. We do have to worry about bloat as far as what we want to shove into this game on release, which is going to be only through game testing. Only through testing can we determine how many times, what feels right on the amount of stuff that people come across, right? Anyway, sorry. Here, one of my favorite ones. The Boy Who Befriended a Monster. So, The Boy Who Befriended a Monster is, this subplot is the kid wakes up to have this monster who has already broken into his room, but didn't attack him. And the kid, being a kid, thinks this monster is a friend and or friendly. So, the kid talks to the mimic. The mimic isn't attacking. It's not being aggressive, more or less like acting out of curiosity, or at least that's what it seems, until eventually the kid wants to show the mimic to the parents. So the kid walks with the mimic. In fact, one of the YouTube thumbnails that I did was this scene right here, where the kid is bringing the mimic to the living room in the middle of the night to show the parents his new friend, and then the parents freak out, and at that moment the mimic like just tears everyone apart. Now, whether or not that mimic was actually befriended by the kid or was actually just using the kid to bring him to the parents is up in the air. And there's a lot of those kind of situations that I like, where I want to keep things ambiguous as the intentions behind these things, and whether or not these things even are fully aware of what they're doing. Right. All right. We'll finish this, and then we'll move forward with ad break. There could be like somebody saying stuff about the rapture and that God is coming back, and the mimics are actually angels taking people to heaven, but the mimics play into the part and kill everybody. We'll get to that. I don't know if you looked two people below here. We have the cultist, and it's a damn close approximation. We have one that's not home, which I don't remember what this is. Wife. Oh, this one. I like this one. Wife talks to the husband who is in the kitchen, then gets a call from her husband saying that they're on their way home. Then who's in the kitchen? I like that. That one's a little bit 2-sentence horror-y a bit. But to be honest, I like I really like the old 2-sentence horror, kind of like mom calls for daughter was about to go downstairs, gets grabbed into the closet, her mom's in the closet saying that she heard it too. Like, that kind of stuff is like cool. in my mind. So I like the idea of like, oh, they're having a full-blown conversation and they're in the other room, but then they get a call of the person who they're talking to, and then they're just like, oh shit, then who am I talking to? My head still, I still don't have glasses. My screen luminosity is as low as possible. I appreciate it. I definitely do what you need to in order to keep your headache down. Then we have the Cultist. This one is pretty interesting. A little convoluted, but I like it. Basically, there's a man who sees these mimics and tries to strike a deal with them by letting him live. He will sabotage his neighbors to make it easier for them. Hold on. No. No. Eat it. Bye. Boo. I don't know if it might have been it might have those messages might have been blocked for y'all, but it was a bot. Strike a deal with him by letting him live. He will sabotage his neighbors to make it easier for them, eventually leading him to wanting to becoming part of the mimic group and attempting to by tempting more of a cult following / sacrifice situation. So yeah, it's a guy who's just like, please let me live, I'll do anything, and then he's like, I'll give you so many people, and so you have a guy, exactly, and so then we have a guy who is going around sabotaging houses and making it so they have an easier plan to do it, and then eventually will be just like, please, I want to be one of you, so strong and resilient and immortal, like that kind of deal. I like the befriending and cultist narratives. They help with the characters feel less black and white. I also like when there's a clear evil force, but it also brings the dark side of people in the form of subplots where people question and turn on each other and personal secrets uncovered. Exactly, like the Mist, like the movie The Mist is kind of similar kind of deal. Where that's also why I want all this happening in one night, where it's like cool, like people trusting and people distrusting, and then like people being people, and then how do you even trust the police at a certain point? And you're a 911 operator trying to keep everyone alive at the same time. Like it's a complex thing that I think if done right can really make something great here. I have this rational fear that I know there is no monsters or people inside my house, but what if? Yeah. No, I feel that. Then we have the Puppet. Now this one was kind of interesting, a little out there, but I kind of liked it. I really liked it. A mimic tricks a mom by puppeting a child as it waits above on the ceiling, waiting for the mom to come near after utilizing ventriloquism techniques to make it seem like the child is talking, then ambushing her from above, realizing the child is already dead. Because I wanted to explore the idea that these things can use ventriloquism, but the more we learned about ventriloquism, the more that there has to be a visual component to trick the brain to thinking that the sound is coming from a different direction. If you do not see anything, your brain will not get tricked, which is unfortunate. You want a puppet plushie from a claw machine? That's pretty fun. That's awesome. Hell yeah, Dragon. The Robber. This one was pretty funny. This is the last one we'll do, and then we'll go to ad break. The Robber breaks into a house as everything gets to chaos, only to find a mimic already there and killed everybody. Then decides to hide and call the police to tell the police that there's a monster. He has come, and he tries to like undermine why he's there, and like tries to make something up, but totally he was trying to rob the place, and then he was just like, everyone's dead. I didn't do this. Please send someone to help. There's something here. I can tell. So are all these like going to be purely auditory? Yes, they're going to be auditory, and then what I plan on doing is have either some kind of form of recording that helps clue everything in, or the police is able to describe the environment enough where we get a picture of what happened. So for example, the puppeteer, the child one, they'll find that there was a window broken into the boys' room where there's a lot of mud and a lot of dirt, but no blood in the boys' room. at all. Then you see the footprints leading from the boys' room into the living room where everything went wrong. So that means that the mimic didn't attack the boy. And we'll even say like there was even like child footprints or something that's like mixed in with the dirt. So it looked like that they were walking side by side. You know, stuff like that where it's like you were able to paint the narrative post situation. So you allow it to play in the mind. So the idea is strictly auditory and letting the theater of the mind take care of the rest. We could do things visually. Maybe we can support it visually, but I haven't made that decision yet, and I think that decision won't be made until fairly late into development. I don't think that needs to be a key thing that we need to worry about, at least in the beginning. It's how puppeteers are able to throw their voice without opening their mouths to make it look like puppets are speaking for them. Yeah, it's a visual component. I'm hiding in the closet right now. I heard strange noise from the house, so I found the back door open, so I walked in to save whoever was inside. Sure, yeah, exactly. It's just like, no, I was here. I heard screaming, and I was just a concerned individual. And then the response is, why are you outside when we have a let's see, like town-wide curfew? Like that kind of mentality, where it's like, I heard the screaming first. It's like, I thought you said you were outside and then you heard the screaming. Like little things like that where you're really breaking it down. All right, we pushed it enough. We'll do ad breaks. See y'all in 3 minutes. Get some water, get some food, go to the bathroom, do what you need. I'll see you in a bit. I am gonna grab a snack. That's what I'm gonna do. Be right back. All right, I'm back. I got myself a Z-bar. Just a little bit of food, you know? Oh, sorry, could you hear me chewing? My bad. Hello, welcome back. I'm finishing a chewy bar now. I had an apple and a ham and cheese cucumber Baguetter? Oh yeah. And Foxy, as far as your idea, the idea behind things getting like they're getting more violent. Well, they definitely become more difficult to tell if they're a mimic or not. As far as them becoming more violent, I don't think so. I don't know if I want them to become more violent as things goes on, because that gives the impression that they got angry, that things are becoming frustrating for them. But I'll keep that in my mind. Maybe I do want them to feel like the better you get, the more violent they get. That is interesting. If you stop them enough times, they would get frustrated. Anything would be. So I'll consider that. Okay, so slightly unrelated, but Jonathan Sims, a voice actor in Slay the Princess, is also part of a horror podcast that is phenomenal, super immersive, great sound design. I really, really recommend it. You look it up if you want inspiration what you're doing. Do here. The chapters are pretty short. It's called the Magnus Archives. I've heard of the Magnus Archives. I think I tried my best to where did I put it? No. It's fine to yap. It's fine to yap, Pixel. You're good. What do you mean? You're doing absolutely fine. Magnus Archives. I know what I'm gonna do. I'm literally opening up my phone right now. Is it on YouTube Music? Let's see here. If so, I'll download it right now. Because that's not the first time I've heard of it. I know multiple people have. Magnus Archives. The complete collection. Here we go. Perfect. Oh my god, there's so many. There's so many, but each one is like 3 minutes long. How much is the whole thing? Can I just download the whole thing? Okay. We're just gonna download it. This last one. Oh my gosh, there's so many, dude. Okay, alright. But the first one was in 2017. Wild. It used to get it like 20 minutes. Alright, cool. So Magnus Archives. That is now on my phone. I will do my best to listen to it more in the future. I have an idea. What if there's a YouTuber or vlogger that tries to live stream searching for a mimic, and when you just heard him getting killed and somebody donated like a sound redeem? Funny, but no. The reason is because this is based in early aughts. This is like early 2000s. This is not current. That's why the TV looks so the computer screen looks like a damn like white block, because I planned for it to be like a Windows 97 PC kind of deal. So early aughts is the time period that this is considered, where like barely AIM is being implemented, kind of deal, right? There's still like house phones in every home. You know what I mean? Like if we did current, we wouldn't, it would be such a hassle trying to like pin certain things down. And I still want like that VHS kind of era, where you have the kind of like the older technology kind of deal, right? I like it's just the kind of time period where you're able to manipulate nostalgia and a horror aesthetic that I'm very much still a fan of. So yeah, no. Let's go ahead and knock that out. I want to make sure that everything's good over here. Looks like it. Okay. I was seeing a lot of Discord notifications and it got me worried. But yeah, no. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something. Wait, is this not one? Hold on. I thought partial narratives. This is mini narratives. Little narrative interactions that involve specific people when specific conditions are met. Yeah, I'm in agreement here. Though it's interesting, I'm thinking it adds too much variability. You can do like a player versus zombie. Wait. Do you know where mimics are just sing a song at the... Oh, wait, hold on. What is PVZ? What is that for you? Is that player versus zombie? Because I know it as player versus zombie. Ending where the mimics just sing a song at the end. It could be locked in the extras menu or just using a cheat code. Oh, wait. Hold on. Plants versus zombies. Got you. So player versus zombie is something I did in college, where you ran around with Nerf guns and played a game of tag where one team had Nerf guns and the other side had to tag you in person. Anyway, that's enough about mine. But I do like the ending where there's kind of like a song at the end, because I think Portal also did that. I also Cabin something. What was the name of it? Hold on. I know it. I owned it. I own it because we played it a while back. It was Cabin something. The Cabin Factory. The Cabin Factory also did that, where the end was very where it was just kind of like, oh, this is super spooky, and then all the monsters and things that were chasing you suddenly break out and dance and start singing. It's kind of crazy. Interesting. I'm not sure if I would. Just the oh yeah, I remember you seeing the VOD of the Cabin Factory. Yeah, honestly, I really liked that game. It was pretty fun. What I will say is, I think if I wasn't planning on going the direction that I was going, I would consider that. The reason I say no is one of the reasons why this is called... Oh, the name of the game that we're making, by the way, is called The Last Call. And it was originally... It's because what created and inspired this game, the thing that made this game a reality, is the idea of you are sitting alone in a 911 operator facility. There's no one around you. Everyone's gone. And none of the phones are ringing. The electricity's on. The lights are a little dim. And then the phone rings one last time. And only your phone. And then you pick it up. And that one scene is what inspired this game. And that's why it's called The Last Call. Because at the end, there will be the last call from the town before the end of the game. I have no idea. Do you have any suggestions for the name of the town? Because I have no idea what the town's name is. No clue. But what ended up becoming that kind of like grew from this last call kind of mentality is kind of a question that popped up. I don't remember at what point, but it made me think like, wow, that's a very good marketing thing. But I tried to push that aside. Dodoville. We're not doing Dodoville. Funny, but we're not doing Dodoville. It is the question of, if you knew you were going to die and you had time to make one last call, who would you call and what would you say? And it spawned this idea of how I want the game to start. And how I want the game to start is the main character leaving her voicemail on her mom's phone. And you could tell something's wrong. It looks like she doesn't want to go into detail with it. And then partway through the voicemail, it stops. It cuts short. And then the game starts. And then at the end of the game, you hear her make the full one. And the way, so with that, where it's like the way I want to end on that kind of, I don't know, I don't have a good word for it, but it would feel distasteful to make the ending be a musical kind of scene when that's the kind of vibe I want the game to end and begin on. You know? If I could do one last call, I'd call my homie and tell him to delete my search history. Honestly, it would be kind of funny. That would be kind of funny. Where the last recordings... So, like, the idea of unlocking other people's recordings of their last recording that they've made is part of this. Is kind of like part of like the collecting thing that I had, where it's like we have VHS, cassettes, voicemails, phone cameras, phone voice recordings. I was considering old Livestream. I don't remember if I think I looked it up. Live streams were a thing back then. They just weren't popular. Security cameras. While the credits are going, my idea is that the cassette recording of the investigator interrogating the main character where the bodies of the towns are, of everyone in town. So even though you are the, like, lone survivor, none of the bodies were ever found. Barada, thank you again for resubbing. You rock. Welcome, welcome. We're getting, I would say, sidetracked, but we're still talking about the game. We're kind of going through like the plot narrative stuff and talking about recordings, and that being like a collectible thing where you get to hear people's last words, etc. Excuse me. None of the bodies were ever found. Excuse me. Main character calls her mom, knowing that they will probably be the last call ever make, but is cut short and the game starts. After credits scene, have random recordings of phone calls during the current gameplay be playing in the background. That is another one that I considered, where it's like, in the background you'll have all the things that happened in your game. Good thing no one clipped it. I've got the sickness. Oh, wow. Now, I have a random recordings. The phone's calls in the current gameplay. Oh, one of the things, we're probably not going to do it. But there is one thing that I did want to do with this game. And that is sorry, that sneeze really took a lot out of me. And that is New Game Plus is you get to play in one of the houses of the game you just played. And you try to survive being attacked, where it becomes a you try to prevent them from breaking in. And you get to see everything in first person. I really liked that idea, but essentially it would be doubling my workload. Actually, it would be more than doubling my workload. But I like the idea of New Game Plus stuff being a slightly different perspective of the game you just played. I think if there's anything that I would like to be known for in the games that I make, it's that. Because I think I really like that kind of style of game design. Where it's not just like different stuff that you interact with, but it's also different perspectives of what you just came across. Plus, it's a good way to reuse assets. Just saying. And when you're a game dev, you got to find a way to do it. I've got the sickness. Wow. Down with the sickness. So, let's see here. It was phone system. Here we are. So, back to our original plan for today. Somehow finish the part of the project while still listening to Dodo. Listen, I'm just very good at making sure that by listening to me, you'll be able to get all the things you need to be done, while I simultaneously will never finish anything I'm supposed to do. Been waiting to tell you that they all adore Pumpkin. Good! I'm glad! I'm glad they really liked it. I'm happy to say. Oh, how do you feel about the emote, by the way? I kind of like it. Or, not I kind of like it. I think it turned out well. One of the things I was considering is making emotes that you can link them together to make it look like different things. Kind of like the octopus one, where you have the octopus arms and then you can replace the head with different stuff. That could be fun. Twins also asked if you're doing commissions. You know what? I have considered opening commissions on VGen. I just need to figure out how to open my account again. But I've always hesitated because I was like, I'm not good enough yet. I'm not at that point. Oh, that honestly, that doesn't look bad. Honestly. But I think see, it doesn't work as well. It doesn't work as well. We're gonna have to come up with some ones that really work well with it. Yeah. I think I will take the braver path and fix my VGen account and open it and see if people like the kind of style and way of going about it. I think that could be pretty cool. I do like the arms. The arms are really funny. That's really funny. I like that one a lot. Just Mama Dodo saying Blake face at those anime poses. Hey. Oh my gosh. I know there's one you know the gif of the pelican trying to eat the capybara? I've always wanted to make an animated version of that where it's Quetzalcoatlus trying to eat a parasaur, but it's the same thing, because I think that's really funny. It's been in the back of my mind for God knows how long. I should make it. I need to just make it. Just put that into the world. But with Mama Dodo would go fire. Interesting. But how would we do that? How do we go about that? You have to know these things when you're a king. You know? Just rotoscope it, like draw over it. Yeah, I mean, I probably will. That's probably how I'll go about it. Is that what rotoscoping is? I thought rotoscoping was something different than drawing over it. Is it rotoscoping like that you take a camera and then it like places it kind of like translates it accordingly and that's why it looks odd? Or is it really just drawing over frame by frame? You know what I mean? I could be wrong. Anyway, rotoscoping is an animation technique that animators use to trace over motion picture footage frame by frame to produce realistic action. Well, shit. I was totally wrong. I thought rotoscoping, for whatever reason, was like, for lack of a better term, AI, in the sense of like a motion capture. I thought it was a motion capture technique. I thought it was an old motion capture technique. Not AI in the sense of like, I have used Captain-Asasaurus. Oh no, dragon, careful. Complete BS. Yes, I am going to go back to that. The fact that people told me that I couldn't use Wikipedia for my entire educational career, and then now they're like, just use AI, is making me livid. Wikipedia was such a boss reference for anything that you make. Yeah, anyone can change it, but they were so good at keeping that stuff clean. Like, the mods and Wikipedia cannot be thanked enough when it comes to that kind of stuff. Like, bruh. And then they turn around and be like, just use AI. It's just, forget about it. Losing my gourd. I had a gourd and I lost it. And no, it's not the Victory Bell Mega Evolution. Isn't that what it was supposed to be? A gourd or something? The Mega Evolution for Victory Bell? The one that he's choking himself? Honestly crazy. I remember seeing that one. And I'm just like, oh, what is that? Why is it choking itself? Why is it so full of liquid? I thought it was just an overfilled pitcher plant. Let's see if I can find it. It was gourd. Gourd container? Am I using the wrong word? Like, it's a special, it's like, Victory Bell. Mega Victory Bell is inspired by a calabash or a bottle gourd. Calabash. No. Bottle gourd? Gourd. Might be different spelling, but like, this is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking like something like this. Right? This is what I was thinking that they were trying to get the mindset of. Right? So, anyway. Listen, it wouldn't be the first time I was distracted by Pokemon stuff during a game dev stream. Tell you that much. Okay. All right. That is your idea. Forget Hourglass. Go Gourd. Built like a Victory Bell Mega Evolution. Am I right or am I right? My God. This is your reminder to stretch and hydrate and take care of your body if you haven't already. Ugh. All right. Here we go. Player receives a call. This is... It's the ideal. You spell ideal like my name. Like me, like pogging, pointing at the screen, like, oh my God. All right. Okay. So, back to the call. So, what we have going on as of right now in the game is we actually did not even notice. Sorry that I've turned that into like a habit at this point. Excuse me. Okay. So, what we have right now is the ability to the mimic to spread and go around the different houses. We love it. Great. Perfect. Wonderful. Now we need to make it so that they move in response to you getting things wrong. Because that's the point. The idea... No, I take that back. We want it to move regardless if you're right or not. But the house gets taken over if you were wrong. So either way, it moves. Regardless if you get it right or you get it wrong. And we also need to put in a situation where you don't answer at all. Then it still moves. Otherwise, the phone will just ring forever, right? Yes. That's 100% correct, Dragon. Because remember, the game, the purpose of the game is to last as long as possible. There's no winning There's no beating them away with a big stick. They will win eventually. It's how well can you do in fight against a tide that you can't fully push back, right? One way or another, things will start falling apart. That's the way we're designing this. You are going to be the last one at the end of this night. One way or another. And I've talked about fairly extensively as far as why I want to make a game like that. And why that we need to be careful with it. And I think it's because I think the summarization of it all is I want people to know that there is still a point to something that is inevitable, to fighting against something that is inevitable. And even though at the end result does not change, how the game ends in the experience of every character was being influenced by your decisions. Which is why I wanted to make those recordings based on who is at the end, because that person would be different depending on your actions and reactions and decisions that you have made. And we also need to come up with, like, do we want do we want it to be timed? How much time do we want to give it? Because if you're not going to be answering the phone call, then we don't want a situation where you can have as much time as you want. Or maybe you need to, maybe it's like it's timed while it's calling, but if you pick up, then then you can stay there forever. That's a decision that we need to make. How do we want the experience to go? And then when it comes to picking things up, as of right now, let's see. Do you like me saying sound and music? It's funny every time. Clicking the phone. First you go here, and then you click the phone, and then that's how you answer the phone. So the reason that I decided that, by the way, is because was actually inspired by FNAF, in case people aren't seeing the resemblance fairly quickly or immediately. But the reason being is when it comes to horror, the key is to limit information. And unfortunately, /fortunately, or interestingly, depending on your perspective, we are making a strategy horror game. But strategy thrives in giving information, and horror thrives in taking away information. So it's a very difficult thing to do. And in this case, and what is interesting about FNAF, and something that some of you may not have put two and two together for, is FNAF makes you choose between control and information. And by that I mean, when you're not looking at the cameras, then you can open and close the doors or see if anyone's on the outside. But you don't know where they are outside of that. Or you can then have the cameras have access to the entire facility's worth of information of where things are. But you cannot interact with the doors to make sure that you're safe. So you are vulnerable one way or another. And I think that's where a lot of the key things of what makes it so intense is that it's an either or. It's either information or safety. It's never both. So it's why, let's go ahead and do that so there's not a double thing. Which is why, where it's like, cool, you have this information here. You go to answer the phone call, you no longer have the information what's on the map. And then we go back. I might change this now that we've kind of come back to it, just because this situation doesn't really matter. And by that I mean, like, okay, I went away to answer the phone call and then I came back. That was less than a second. That was less than a second. The only way that I see this actually being meaningful as far as doing it is if you do this and you have to be here to hear it. So when you're here, that's when you can see, that's when you can hear the phone, that's when you can kind of interact with it. And until it's done, you cannot see what's on that map. You don't know what's happening on that map. You don't know what's happening. You're here. And you're stuck here until the end of the conversation. Which then, by the way, one of the, it's not a subplot, but there's a significant amount of red herrings that I implement in the design of the game because a lot of this game is figuring out the rules on your own. A lot of this is not going to be spelled out for you. The idea here is you will get properly trained on how to send out emergency personnel, but as far as the mimic situation, there is none. Not really. There is no training as far as that I currently have planned for handling the mimics. That's something that you figure out on your own. Hell yeah, Scallion. Hope you enjoy. Welcome, welcome. So, but we need to have a good enough reason why you need to be looking at the map. And that I haven't come up with yet. I know this is important. This is important to look as far as to interact with, etc. But maybe I'll make it so that in order to, like, this I feel like is going to be most of the time you're going to be looking at this. And then you'll be on these other peripherals as need be. You'd be here to determine like what to send what. And then you'd be over here to change the radio to the different frequencies, etc. Despite having no subtitles, everyone articulates their words and I can see their lips so I can hear everything. Hell yeah. That's great. Hope you enjoy, Dodo Love. Love. I don't know which one we're going to make work on next, but we'll be making, I think we're going to have a very similar Sunday chill day for a hot minute while we go through all the different emotes and slowly add them to Discord and Twitch and all that. Should be fun. Then what was I saying? So yeah, I don't really 100% know, but I know that I want limited information, and by interacting, maybe here, maybe it is one of those things where if I zoom in, everything else becomes so muffled that like you can't it's not that you can't interact, it's just that you wouldn't be able to interact. So I think we might do that where it's like if you don't have it zoomed in, there's gonna be more dialect sec art, by the way. I imagine, Scallion. This is your new hyperfixation. I get you. I got you. Oh, by the way, this one, this is my, so one of the bigger things that we did during making this is accessibility. And one of the things that I did for accessibility right now, just trying to add dialogue in my game. Best of luck. Doing game dev now as well. Hell yeah, Dragon. Hell yeah. With accessibility as a specific thing, one of the things is this will have like a print, almost like a CVS receipt maker kind of deal, where it will have all of the calls that come in your decisions on the matter. So if you need to look back, let's say you quit and then you come back like a week later or something, you'll be able to understand like what happened within that interim period of time, right? So it's just a receipt of like how things go. It would be kind of cool if that's part of the credits to have, where it's just like you have the receipt going up and then you can kind of see all the things that you decided on and what the things were said, etc. I think that'd be kind of fun. But I like the idea of being like all these things are muffled and or muted. So let's say this is like a screen save. Oh, that would be kind of funny. That'd actually be really funny. When you're on this screen, this map isn't up. Instead, it's one of those really old aughts screensavers where it's like the pipes or the maze or like the visual, just like that kind of effect happening here. And so you can't look at the map unless you go there. And you can't listen to the radio unless you go here. You can't look at the receipts until you go here. You can't listen to the phone unless you go here. And then it's like, if you're here, then you can kind of see what's happening in the background, but nothing else. So actually, I really like that. So let's write that down. Do I have like a thought? What did we do? ESRB, effort matters. Situation archive, recordings, mimic spread, notes. Notes, here we go. We're gonna make this. This was back before 25 Feb. Oh my gosh. Continue changing gears to make it look like that the detection is in one area that changes locations based on surrounding areas instead of everything having an area turn on and off. I don't know what I meant by that. Smart guy though. Can you make an operating system to be dodos? That's funny. That's actually pretty good. I actually kind of like that. I don't know why. Okay. Need to do make imposter spread, raycasting, no. Breadth of first pathfinding, don't need to do that. Consider endless in story mode. No, that's fine. Okay, so this one we'll have that be we'll have this like way over here. It doesn't matter. It's a consider. We barely consider it. Haha. Notes. We're gonna have every interaction. Every peripheral will only be clear when interacted with. Otherwise, will be greatly muted and or screensaver up. Each peripheral, I know that's not how you spell peripheral, but that's how I'm spelling it. Each peripheral have its own knowledge, no, its own information that the player may need. And we'll have like a fun notes here. Actually, yeah, we'll put it in Easter eggs, because why not? Easter eggs, where are you? There you are. This is, by the way, this is the Easter eggs we have so far. We have Mama Dodo's Squeaky Rubber Duck, GoldenEye Spying, Eldritchian Horror. I considered that one. Have interaction with Dodo plushie in game where multiple clicks patterns change their outfit, so we can have different outfits for the Mama Dodo one. Doing a ritual with the Dodo will win the game in a funny way. Secret ending. That one's also a maybe. Water dropping noises from a lemon. I don't remember why y'all were so obsessed with lemons at that time, but you were. I'll consider it. Finding a secret in the demo unlocks Mama Dodo costume. I liked that one. Perhaps Duckland. I don't know why. I don't even know what that. I don't even know. One of the mimics that does so poorly is from a voice from the demo. Oh. Got you. The first mimic that you come across, which is like the easiest one to knock out, is a voice stolen from the demo. So there'll be Easter eggs in the main game linking back to the demo because, okay, so let me do this before I go on another tangent. Add fishing minigame because it's funny. Operating system for the computers is called Dodos. I really like that one, Foxy. That one's really funny. Plus, we don't have to worry about Windows trying to sue us. What was I gonna say? It was about, oh yeah, the demo. So there were some decisions why we're taking the demo the way that we were going to take it. The demo is one of those things where I plan on releasing the demo about 6 months before official release. The idea with the demo is that it's just going to be a much smaller version of the main game. The main game has like what? 11, no, we have 11, 19, I think it was like 34 different, like 35 different interactions. Oh, thank you for the sub with Prime, Ace. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, for anyone that I try not to do the same thing that a lot of other streamers do, which is like, y'all have Prime, you can give me a free sub. But yeah, know that you can do that. Thank you, appreciate it. Hope you're doing well today. And what was I saying? Yeah, there's 35 different things here, right? Which all have, can I be the first playtester? I mean, when the demo is out, y'all will be known. Y'all will be like told. Right? Like it will be announced everywhere, like, hey, play the demo, tell me how you think it is. Now what you can do, Foxy, if you want, is what if, you know what, that would be a pretty good perk, right? Let's make it so that so people in Discord and people who are members, etc., or subbed, or like whatever, main part of the community currently, y'all will have access to the demo. Let's say, like, is the day before too, like, not enough of like a heads up? Should it be like 3 days? A week feels like a long time. I don't know if I want to do a week, but like, have y'all have access to the demo first? Because that feels right. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do, where are the notes? Notes. Here we go. Have the demo be available to our community a day early as a reward for being so awesome and supporting what I do. There you go. So that way you're one of the first. Before it even goes out in the community, y'all will have access to the game early for just being here. Also, something I have mentioned before, but I'll mention here again. Y'all being here, participating in the game dev, I plan on having y'all be in the credits of the game. It'll be like, thank you for people who supported me on the way, and then it'll have y'all's Twitch names in the credits. That was something I planned to do a long time ago. So y'all will be in the credits. As long as you're here helping out to any kind of degree. Not even like helping out, as long as you've been here. Because, like, again, y'all are supporting me. Even just watching me is enough to support me. Because ads, subs, whatever. Yeah, and y'all deserve a call out for that. And then it's just like, thank you. And then, like, if anything, that would just help grow the community even more, because they know that if they help for my next game, they will also be in the credits. Plus, it's gonna be something you put on your, I was gonna say resume. Maybe that would be funny. It's like, I actually been on a credit on a game. And it's like, oh, what did you do on it? It's like, I was there. And they're like, what? What do you mean? What do you mean you were there? I was there. What were we talking about? Easter eggs? We're talking about, demo. So the demo, we have like 35 different kind of interactions, right? In the current main game, which is a lot of different stuff to play around with. So what I'm planning for the demo is, I remember how I said that the main character got hurt and got sent to a hospital, and then from there drove back to the main town where they're like recovering, but they just got back from the hospital, so they're still in a wheelchair. So they're in the 911 operator back from being injured, right? So the demo is
is based on the very, very small, like barely a town, borderline village of like this place where, like, let's say like campers, it's like a camping town kind of deal where people go there. There's like a small collective of people where a center of civilization for people who go around and camp in that area. And I'm not gonna say it's Appalachian Mountains, but it's inspired by the Appalachian Mountains, right? Future players, so you credited in the game. What did you earn? What did you contribute? I did nothing, just hanging around. Right? And so it's them leaving the hospital and going back. That's when because the main character is currently being tailed by these things, right? And so as soon as she leaves, that's when the main force attacks that town that they have. So the demo is going to be like 10, I want to say, people, or 10 places in total. You would have like one police, one ambulance, and maybe like a fire truck. Like borderline, the hospital is like in a house. What you do to help in the Game House financial manager track and emotional support? Was dragon in the title? And you're like, yes. Yes, indeed. Yes. That's very important. Write that down. So then you need to like defend that smallish town but instead of defending 35 different places, you're defending like 10 different places where there's a little bit of interactions and there's still some story background, etc. I'm even leaning on the fact of like people are a lot more knowledgeable of what these things have been around for generations, and they're a lot more knowledgeable of like, this is unusual, something has happened kind of deal, and like how to handle these things. So then you have those moments, and then the end of that demo will like flash to like the main character and their brother like driving to the new town, and then it like zooms in on the new town's like name, showing that the like whatever's happening is going to be going there next, and then that's going to lead into the main game. So that's the narrative aspect to it. But at least as far as the, like, obviously the demo is meant to funnel people from the demo into the main game, right? But we've also spent a good amount of time and effort making a unique demo experience for people. So how do we get people interested into potentially going the other way? It's like, even though they bought the game, like, there's a free demo. Like, it would be, I think, adding a unique narrative and then also having like these little Easter eggs and things with it where you can recognize the voices, you can recognize the caveats of like the Easter eggs of the demo. Or like if you do the demo, you get a secret costume. Like it gives you like incentives to go do the demo even though you have the main game. And I don't know, it might be pushing it a little bit. Maybe that's not something that I should push for, but I think if we create a unique experience, if we create some incentives for people to go do it both in both directions, I think it would create a better kind of like back and forth between the two. We could make it super simple and just make an achievement of like completed the demo. But to be honest, that feels a little lazy. That feels a little like afterthought-ish. You know what I mean? I'm not saying making an achievement for something is lazy. I'm not saying that in the slightest. I'm saying the way that we are going forward with it takes a lot more effort and intent and energy compared to just making an achievement and then don't have to think about it anymore. It's definitely something that maybe in the future we can, like, if we're like up against a wall on a deadline, being like, I guess we'll just cut it and do it that way. But hopefully we won't come to that. All right. Okay. Now it is time for our last ad break of the day. So be excited that we don't have to do that again. But get some water, get some food, go to the bathroom, do what you need to do. I'll see y'all in 3 minutes. See you in a bit. I need some water, so I'll be right back. Look at all that. Why my phone vibrating? Nothing. Just random. Just random people. Sorry, I'm looking at there's a lot of Discord notifications, so I was just kind of looking through that. Being like, well... Gosh. Looked outside. There was definitely a storm coming. Hopefully, we'll be good. If things get super crazy, then we'll just have to end a little early, but hopefully it won't come to that. Welcome back to Idealist. Tries to do game dev, but gets distracted by 4 hours. The stream. Alright, okay. So we talked about we talked about Easter eggs, we talked about demo, we talked about blah 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 blah. So let's go back to the phone system. Alright, so phone system. The idea here is we receive a call. Player answers phone. Player listens to call. It feels like we're making things tedious, but stick with me. We need to be able to plan for all of these. Player receives a call. Player answers phone. Player listens to the call. Player makes decision on what to send, if any. Because again, we like in the other one that we did, there's a couple of red herring ones where like someone calls and they're trying to order a pizza. There's a prank call one. There's rambling grandma. For those, I remember I was about to talk about it, then I think I got distracted. Rambling grandma is a caller that takes up a significant amount of time calling you and just rambling about her day and about people's lives and about all this other kind of stuff. And the idea here is that it is quote unquote useless information, except when you get to the hardest difficulty of a mimic. Sorry, my glasses keep hitting the mic. When you get to the hardest difficulty of the mimic, it is nigh impossible to tell if they are human or not, only by determining the difference in knowledge about their personal lives are you going to be able to tell the difference. And there's a quick kind of rundown. This is kind of how the let's see if I can find it. Not mimic spread. This is not it. Where is monsters? Would it not be in monsters? It would not be in monsters. There's one of these. It's definitely in one of these. It's definitely. Hold on. Interaction. Interaction. Why is it all the way down here? And what does this even mean? Oh, this is just the way I'm interacting. Okay. Resources, imposter system. Oh, thank God. Yep. All right, cool. Start in the top left house, additional imposters, blah, blah, blah. All right, so now we're going to delete. Here it is. Here is the difficulty of the imposters. So each one tests a specific thing, right? So the first difficulty is just checking if you could even hear it in the first place, basically. The voice is inconsistent and varies between different voices and different tones. Meaning, so it's just like, hi there, will you please go to the wedding with me? Like that kind of deal, right? And it's just like, cool, obviously not a person. Send the appropriate police and be on your way, right? Then, at level 2, the voice is consistent, but the sentence doesn't make any sense. So they're able to mimic the voice, but they don't understand sentence structure. They don't understand. They failed their lit class. You know what I mean? So it will be like the sentence is just kind of garbled. It's just kind of like it's a combination of words that don't belong with each other. It just overall doesn't make sense. So then that's level 2. Level 3 is context. This is where the voice is consistent and the sentence makes sense, but what they're talking about doesn't make any sense. A good example of this is like, oh, it's like, I'm sorry, I accidentally dialed the number, I butt dialed 911. I just got back from getting a tan. And it's like 4 o'clock in the morning. There's no way in hell she just got back from a tanning salon at like 4 o'clock in the morning. That makes no sense. Or they're like, oh, I was out walking my dog. And it's like, at this early? Like, what are you talking about? So it's one of those things where the context of the statement doesn't make sense of what they're saying. And then finally, we have the knowledge check, the level 4 difficulty. And this is where it's consistent, understandable, pronounced correctly, the context is everything's good, but the information given is incorrect. And this is where the rambling grandma kind of stuff comes in, that people who've played the game enough really click of just like, oh, there is no such thing as useless information in this game. All information given to you can be useful in some way, shape, or form, either determining that something is false or confirming that something is true. So for example, let's give the example of you get a call from a mimic from a single household or not a single household, but a single dad household where they have a daughter and then a father, right? And then they're like, please send someone over. Something happened to my son. And then you're like, oh wait, that's the household. I do know that it was like a single father, but they had a daughter, not a son. And then you can clock them that way. So that's something to know, right? So that's important to know. Phone calls? No, it was phone system. The fact that I need to go through and actually fix these. People think I'm so organized, and then they look at my tabs, and then I fully understand that how organized chaos it really is. AKA all my Excel sheets and internet browsers. Okay. So, player makes a decision on what to send. Player listens to call. If mimic difficulty is revealed. By revealed, I don't mean like it will say, this is a mimic, difficulty 3. Like, we might do that in like the testing phase, but in the reality phase, like of like the actual game, it will not be seen, of course. Player makes a decision on to what to send, if any. Then how do they end the call? Do they end the call after they did? So player sends appropriate emergency personnel. Okay. Then what happens after that? I think that is when main character. So here's another thing that we need to decide. We don't have to decide this right now, but as far as actually, I think we kind of do need to decide this to a certain degree right now, so we can decide what we are going to plan for, which ones we're going to plan later. How do we want the main character to respond to these calls? Do we want her talking to them? Do we want her asking questions? Because a part of me thinks it's weird that we're not asking questions. But another part of me who knows full well that if we add questions to this mixed, we just added a shit ton more we made this infinitely more complicated if we do it that way. And because from different 911 operator games that I've seen, what matters, the way that their kind of like strategy is like asking the right questions to get the right answers to send the right people. That's their way of going about it. We are determining if the thing is a mimic. That's the main mental strain. We don't want to add much more than that. Again, that kind of goes back to the accessibility conversation that we've had before. When it comes to accessibility, we don't want to cause unnecessary mental load, even from a not accessibility standpoint. From just a bog standard, no accessories needed, doesn't even put on subtitles, general A&D. There is a mental load limit of trying to decide what thing goes to what thing. If we go too far, people will just turn off the game. So if the main focus is going to be determining whether or not the thing is a mimic and what to send the right things to the right, like making the right decision of what to send there and how much to send there, we don't want to add much more than that, because that's already enough. That's already going to be stressful enough kind of situation. We don't want to also add like, okay, well, did you ask the right questions? But then it's also weird that you don't get to ask questions. So if we don't ask questions, we have to give a reason why she doesn't ask any questions. What we could do, we could make it so that she can't speak. But then that kind of goes against the idea of her making her last phone call, right? So I'm against that only because her not being able to speak makes me, instead of go like, oh, she can't talk, period, haha, that's the end of that conversation, and more to do with like, why doesn't she just do text to speech then? Or why doesn't she just text? And then if that's the case, then I need to give the player the ability to text, which means that I'll need to also implement some kind of learning algorithm to understand if the person typing in it makes sense. And then I've somehow made it even more complicated than if I were just to do the question thing. So I don't think I want to go down that route. So we will... I'm leaning towards not responding. I think... What was the hotline game that we had? Hold on. We haven't played it yet, but we should. Where is it? I have 69 games on my wish list. Nice. Here we go. Home Safety Hotline. That one is pretty good. That's the one that also kind of inspired this game a little bit. Where it's like, they call for an issue. You have to look up all the information. Here, let me show you. Like, they call for an issue. Everything's kind of written down. And then you have to go through all the different kinds of, like, possible, like, information about these things. And then give the correct answer back from the information that you read. That's it. That's the end of the statement. So, with that in mind, so that one is like, it would accept only specific answers if we were to go down that route. I think if I had to guess, I would say character says they are sending the specific emergency personnel to their location and will be there soon. Person on other end of call will react to said information. Then resources are removed from availability. Then resources, by the way, are the emergency personnel. Resources are shown on computer screen as they go on their way. We also need before this for something the couple of reacts to information, call ends, receipt prints conversation plus decisions, right? Resources are shown on computer screen as they go on their way. What else? What then happens? I think listens to call. Text will display on phone. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that's kind of part of it too. is that what they say will be on the phone. So if that's the case, we'll probably need to zoom in on this even further, so that like we'll have like a little screen here, and we'll zoom in so it's most of this, and then it will have like it won't even have like, should it be like a face? Probably, right? Okay, so answer the phone, receives a call. Caller ID is shown along with picture of the head of household. I kind of like that because, listen, I want to make this a very auditory experience, but I also want there to be some kind of visual components to keep track of people. You know what I mean? We want to make sure that you're able to properly keep track of who's calling for what. It is, again, a head of household, not like the owner of the phone. Because I think even in the early aughts, I don't think there was a way to properly determine. Or maybe head of, let's see, picture of the owner of the phone, head of household, if house phone. You know what I mean? Player answers the phone, listens to call text will display on phone, player makes decision on what to send. If any player sends appropriate emergency personnel, character says they're sending the specific emergency personnel to their location. It will be there soon. Person on the end of the call will react to said information. Call ends. Receipt prints conversation and decisions. Resources are removed from availability. Resources are shown on the computer screen where they can go on their way. Radio plays interaction with the chosen people. Ooh, hold on. Personnel. Emergency personnel. Additional choice based on character. Additional choices on who to send via people. Right? Because if we're trying to make it so that each character has their own story at the end, we need to be able to send it. And this is also why I was also considering Dispatch to play, because Dispatch is kind of like a 911 operator simulator. It's more of a RPG decision kind of deal, but it does touch a lot of it that I actually, when I was watching some people play it a bit, and the way that you combine certain people to get things done and have additional increased successes, I think is an interesting perspective to move forward with. I don't know. We can explore the idea now, because why not? Let's explore while we're thinking about it. I think having certain characters interact with each other better makes sense. As of right now, we have resource. Where is it? Here we go. Resources. Resources. Where each resource chases them off, etc. But what if we take this a little step further? Let's explore this. Resource distance time takes further days. Small delay when they start moving. Get to the progress on the map. Hear conversations from the transit. By the way, that was the thing where it's like you hear the conversations on the radio of them getting to that location. So this is what I'm thinking. Potentials. Patrols. My gosh, that's so far down. especially after things go bad, because I think that was mentioned previously. I want to say it was Dragon, to be honest. Mentioned that like after a certain amount of time, you would think that there would be patrol cars, or you would be able to, because as of right now, after they're done, they would go back to their emergency personnel over here. Like, what wouldn't you have them like be able to put them like over here to respond quicker to like different things, or wouldn't you be able to put them in different places so that when things go bad, you can respond correctly? And there's some kind of meaning to that, but I'm still gonna say no. I still think that they would come back here just for their own safety, because we don't know what's going on. There's no telling that these things won't just ambush them in their car, right? These things are able to break through windows. They'll be able to break through police cars, depending as well. So another potential is have effects of the situation differ not by resource type, but individual by person. So the idea, so one of the things that I really liked about it was that there was that overlap where, for those that haven't seen Dispatch, it's a superhero game where you kind of handle superheroes, and you have to send two people to a location to handle the situation, and you need to make sure that they have enough overlap or they get along well enough that they do a good job. And then there's like a random, I think there's like a random where they throw like a ball in, and then if it goes in between both of them, they would be able to handle it. But again, I haven't played the game, so it's hard for me. It's very much like from an outside perspective. So that's why I'm also saying like this might be worth a play just for this particular aspect of the game that we're doing right now. And seeing if like, yeah, this does technically increase our workload, but not by like a terrible amount. If it is technically bloat, but I think this is one of those things where if all the characters feel, this adds to that all the characters feel unique in their own way, because this also feeds into the third responder that ends up leaving ends up being an ex-cop, where as soon as they leave, you get an extra cop car, but you lose like your workload increases by another like 33% or something. So like this kind of plays into like, oh, this has an effect on the gameplay, and it's definitely interesting. I'll definitely give it that. It's definitely worth a consideration. Patrols, especially when things go bad, no. Due to safety and not being sure if the mimics can just get into their car. Right. So have the effects similar, situation differ not by resource type, but by individual, by person. I really like it. But then we have to be specific. Well, here's another thing too, is it also cleans up the way of, oh, not only did we add subplots, but we also added different characters that you can play with now too, like new people. Adding new people in with their own little stories that are, so not only is there more of that, but there's more ways to interact with it. I think that's pretty interesting, and it leaves open a very healthy way of adding content without adding a whole lot of workload. Difficult to say, not gonna lie. I think this is one of those things that we need to re-look into. So let's open up something real quick. What did we do? Here we go. This was last week, right? So 11 November. Let's see here. Goal. Hey, Ella, how are you doing? How are you doing, Ella? You're coming in at the tail end of a game dev, so I apologize if I'm a little low energy at the moment. All right, Foxy, you have a wonderful nap. How are you doing? I'm so eepy. How are you? I am also so eepy. By the time I was about to do dishes this morning, or last night before I went to bed, yeah, it's been a long day, so I'm down for the chill vibes. Hell yeah. What was I gonna say? I lost my train of thought. Must not have been important. Point is, right now we're in the game dev. I'm going through the step-by-step of we getting a phone call and then sending emergency personnel to like their house, and like what that looks like per step that we'll need to like code in. And we've hit a spot in particular where the original design is that different emergency vehicles do different things. So like police cars de-escalate situation, as well as they are the main ways to keep the mimics at bay. Is that if you have enough police to get, like, do you have enough people with guns to shoot at the monster? And like emergency vehicles keep people alive, and then fire trucks make sure that if you do make a mistake and you are incorrect, that they are essentially like second lives. The fire truck, the firemen are the first ones to go in, so if there is an ambush, they're the ones to get killed, thus giving everyone else a way to like get out before they are also taken. That was the original idea, but I know you've been seeing it around too, Ella. We have Dispatch that came out recently, and it's a game that I've considered. I really have considered playing it because it's not 911 Operator, but it's adjacent. It's adjacent vibes. So yeah, it's like my friends were talking about it last night and said it's good. I also think it's good. I've seen some gameplay of it, but I haven't seen a lot of it. And the thing that I am now trying to consider, because this game is going to be like there are different, each character in this game has a kind of like story that like character development throughout the game. So whichever one lasts to the end is the one that you get to experience. And that includes the emergency personnel. So there's already kind of a push towards making these characters feel like people. So what Dispatch in particular that's caught my interest is when you send two different people out, they have that like overlaying of strengths and weaknesses that they have to like get along, and they have to be able to be like acclimated to what they're being sent to, and then that either increases or decreases the chance of success. And I think that it would be interesting, or at least exploring the idea that instead of it being emergency vehicle centric as far as how it affects gameplay, it's emergency personnel centric, where you specifically choose out specific people, and then that influences how things are going to play out in the situation at hand. On one hand, that is a lot more work to do, but we're already making the stories. We're already making the narratives for each of these people. So is it that much different if we just also make it so that they have an impact individually in different ways? A little bit more, but I feel like what you get out of it is a lot more of a kind of an experience that makes it more unique. They make it even it makes it feel more like people. It feels like a push in a good direction. So I'm also writing down as far as what we've done today, because I will forget to write this, and then a week later I'm like, what did I do? Goal. Decided to move forward with phone interaction. Created situation archive so we know what is the right choice for the situation, because otherwise we're not going to know. Am I right? And then that was all we did that day. And then today, 11. There we go. I was gonna say which one is gonna be turn 18. Goal. Continue working on phone interaction. And we created new script for, what was it? What was the script that we added? So the script that we had, Ella, was what we have here are like subplots, little subplots that happen while you're playing. VHS subplot. Where am I? Here we are. Script for VHS subplot. That's not how you spell subplot. Then we wrote down, let's just say recorded phone interaction pipeline, I guess is a good way of putting it. And then explore the idea of individual gameplay interactions versus emergency vehicle. There we go. I think we're caught up with all the things. We got a lot of distracted today. That's not a sentence, but I'm sticking with it. Anywho, not that it matters. If I wanted to not be distracted, I wouldn't be live streaming a D&D. Jesus. A live streaming game dev process. My God. We did talk about demos and stuff. Let's see. Resources. Here we go. Have effects situation differ by resource type, but individual by person. So let's think of like good examples of this and things actually, like, even in our best case scenario, does it affect it? Is it fun? Is it interesting? Is it something to be excited about? Is it something that's even worth even considering before we start coming up with the negatives? Is the positives enough that even if we come across the negatives, we'd still want to move forward with it? So the effects of the situation, let's see here. Positive. The positive is adds more uniqueness to each person. I think it creates more decision or more weight to the decision on who to send outside of just narrative / personal feelings. I guess that's a good way of putting it. Outside of just narrative and personal feelings, because that the idea behind people wanting to keep certain people alive until the very end was a combination of a completionist mindset in which the person who gets to the end, you get to hear their entire narrative. And I think there's also going to be like a recorder. I might have like some kind of recording of their last call, etc., as like a collectible. And that mixed with the fact of just people fall in love with certain characters and don't like others, so they're going to make decisions based off of that. But there isn't a gameplay reason why you would choose one person over the other if there isn't a personal attachment or like completionist or narrative drive to it. Which, I mean, that's fine. Do I need to accommodate that? Not necessarily. So it's a weak positive, but it's a positive. Where then we can add gameplay reasons why you would want to make that decision. But the issue with adding that is when you have just the negatives. When you have just narrative, you have a lot of freedom of who to choose for what situation. But when there's gameplay, the reasons and narrative reasons, gameplay reason may counteract narrative personal reasons to choose someone. You know what I mean? So there's a little bit of just, sure, it gives more weight to the decision, but only if they're going in the same direction. I'm adding another arrow to this decision, and if they go in the opposite directions, then you're worse off than if I were just to leave it as a narrative reason. Adds more uniqueness to each person. May be too much decision, too much workload / information given at one time. So for example of this, so we'll use Dispatch for example. Dispatch is what I would consider very accessible. That's part of the reasons why it's as successful as it is. It's a very strong narrative game. But the interaction aspects are very simple. It's literally just pick the decision you want to pick. Pick the decision that you feel like is right for the situation or that you want to move forward with. And then when it comes to the actual gameplay aspect, it's the focus is a lot more of compatibility to not only to each other, but to the situation at hand. And that is it. This game is about finding out if the person on the other end of the call is a mimic. That's where the workload is mostly focused on. Are they a real person or not? And then making sure you send the right amount of personnel to the situation at hand. So not only do you have, depending on what they call, you need to send the certain people, but then you also have to accommodate of, are they real, yes or no? That would then alter that decision slightly. And then on top of that, we are going to add the compatibility thing. That's a lot. That's a lot at once. And then, like, one of the things we're considering is adding a timer. To have all these decisions done and then also a timer on top of that is crazy. And even in Dispatch, when like trying to think of compatibility, you have a timer to answer the call, but once you're in the call, you have all the time in the world to like make a decision. I think I could be wrong on that. Again, I don't own the game, I haven't played the game, but I've just seen gameplay of it a little bit here and there. So it's more or less what I've been gleaming. But yeah, no, just I like it. I really, really like it. But I think I have a thought. I also have an idea. Anyway, I have an idea. What if each character does have a little bit of extra going on. And by that I mean like one character is known to be impulsive, and impulsive but also loyal, meaning that if over on the radio you make a mistake and they're in their car, they will, instead of going to where you told them to, will go and try to rescue whoever's in trouble. And that's not a, in general, everyone in a police car will do that. That is that specific person. If that person is in that situation, they will make that decision. So what if we adjust it slightly, where it's you still get to choose who's who, but you don't really have any additional more information. Or maybe we'll even limit it even a little bit of as far as the decision making, just a little bit, so there's no decision paralysis. Because I think overall, what is it, 6 police officers? By the way, these are police officer cars, so I'm thinking like 2 each. Maybe fire trucks is even more. Like maybe fire trucks is like 3 or 4. EMT, I'm thinking 3, and then police officers, I'm thinking 2. So like 12, 9, and then like 10. I'm thinking like maybe 5, maybe 8, maybe 6 or something like that. Like, and each of those having a different personality and story, etc. Like that's already a lot. But what I'm thinking is, what if we pair them up? What if it's not about you choosing who goes on that? What if the decision is already done for you? Because I don't think, okay, correct me if I'm wrong, I could be completely wrong on this. I don't think the dispatcher chooses who goes. I think that police location decides who goes. Or that fire truck, like who goes is who's available and at that time. And I don't think it is up to you. I don't think you decide who goes and who doesn't. Whereas in the game Dispatch, it is 100% your job, right? Like we decide, okay, police are on their way, emergency vehicles on their way, fire trucks are on their way, but you don't decide, we don't have a list of who works there and who is going and who is not going. That's not something that we decide as a 911 operator. But I think it would be interesting if we could control the vehicles, and then we can see who's in each vehicle and who is paired and who is not paired. So then we can kind of see, well, there's positives and negatives with that too. So the positives of that is like same thing as we saw before, right? Where we add more variability, we add like interesting interactions, but because they're shoehorned with someone else, it makes you wonder. There's a certain amount of control as far as who you're choosing, so you can save the person you want to save or sacrifice the one you don't like. But the interaction, like, what if they're the ones you hate and which one you like are in the same vehicle, right? And is it random every time, or is it not? Are they always a pair, or are they not? I think there's something to be said about them not always being a pair. But if that's the case, I was going to say, like, is that much different from having them just choose everything? Yes and no. I think there is still a bit of a difference, not as much of a difference, but it's still a difference. Where it's like you choose the car and you know which one is there, and then like who is paired up with whom, it being random kind of adds something to it. Because if it's consistent, then it's kind of the same deal, where it's like, oh, okay, it's a little bit more manageable, but then you're kind of back to where you were before. But to kind of continue what I was thinking of before, I like the idea of passive, or like things happening where it isn't strictly said. It's not like, warning, this character will disobey you if it means saving another officer. Like, that's not written under, that's not in his portfolio. But what you do, I think it would be interesting where it's like, you know, certain characters behave certain ways in certain situations just from experiencing the game or seeing the game. Where they have their own rules, but they're not stated. They're not part of the decision process. There's something that is learned as a result of you experimenting with the game. And I think there's something with that. Perhaps make the situational differences not be listed, and instead be a personality trait. There we go. Trait that is revealed through interacting with the game and learned passively. Right? Where it's just like, oh, I can't send this guy. This guy's afraid of spiders or whatever. Like, it's not something that you know. It's not something that's told you explicitly. It's something that you end up finding out at a certain point. Like, hey, I wouldn't send so-and-so, blah, blah, blah. But as far as it being the same two people or the same, like, pairs every time, the reason I'm kind of against it is because I think having different characters interact with each other creates very unique and interesting situations that wouldn't be able to be fleshed out if it was the same thing every time. It was one of my biggest gripes with like in certain MOBAs. A game that did it really, really well was Evolve. For those that don't know, Evolve was like a 4v1. It was really good. It was really cool. It really sucks that it wasn't able to lift itself back up. But one of my favorite things about that game is in the loading to get into the game, there was a narrative between you had different characters interacting with each other and talking with each other, and you get to, the lore is the beginning of the level in that interaction. You get to know about the characters just from them talking and with each other and showing like their experiences and how they know each other, if they do at all. Right? And kind of like that, I really, really like that kind of passive understanding of the world, where it's not like it's a lore text on a screen that I get to read, that I pull up 5 different menus in order to actually make happen. It's something that I see as I play the game, which makes me want to play the game more so I can see more. So the thing that irritated me about MOBAs is that you would have situations where you would have essentially enemies, like mortal enemies on the same team. Not a single voice line. I mean, they kind of fixed it nowadays. They kind of moved things around since my gripe of it, but it wasn't a single voice line as far as like how they feel about that. How they feel about being on the same person that they despise. And there's something beautiful, not beautiful, but there's something that just adds so much just from that little bit of interaction that I hesitate to making everything rigid as far as how they're paired up, and instead it'd be kind of random, you know? And it's kind of, it leans more towards like, I want to have the character kind of choose, so they don't have to depend on the random chance of two people that they want to interact but haven't had rolled the dice enough times for them to properly interact with. Perhaps make the auto pick of who goes and who doesn't, an accessibility option for those that don't want the mental load but can be turned off for those who want the additional control over the characters. What if we do that? What if we make it so that like it's auto off, it's auto picked for you, you don't got to worry about it, you don't really care who goes and who doesn't, you don't even understand, you barely understand the game and the mimic situation, let alone everything else that's happening. The last thing I want is to also be like, who do you choose? And it's like, bro, I'm making 5 other decisions right now, give me a second. So it's an auto on accessibility thing, similar to subtitles, in which you can turn off to then make a certain combination of people interact with each other. I really like that one. That's a little bit of best of both worlds, where it's like, okay, I give you the option. I give you the clear option. I also like, even though we could also do something similar to the situational differences in the personality, where it's like, we can have it written out for you so you don't have to figure it out. But I think figuring out's part of the fun, so I'm fine with that not being the case. So I think decision. Each individual person has a particular trait regarding their influence on the overarching story. These traits are hidden and may not come up in every situation or in every round. Though the characters are auto chosen by default in each of the emergency vehicles, the option to have control over that is available to be turned on if the player wants to. And that's just part of their personality. So in addition of writing their narratives, we're just going to make a slight change where, based on their narrative growth, they also have a specific kind of interaction with the game that like it could just be they always want to drive by their house to make sure that their wife is okay and the house looks good. Something like that. Like, literally is just like, it'll take a little longer to get back because they always stop by their house. Little something like that, where it's just a little personality quirks that may not even show up depending on the situation. But it could be like, okay, they pass by their house every time. What if their house gets broken into? What if they're the next one on the list and they see the broken window? You don't even need to call 911. They automatically take care of it. Like that kind of deal, where it's just like, oh, okay, I didn't know he was going to go do that. Do all of them do that? And the answer is no. Not all of them do that. That specific guy does that specific thing in this specific situation. And it makes them feel real. It makes them feel like they have quirks. You know what I mean? And I don't mean My Hero Academia, tell you that much. Okay. I think we have done a decent job of moving forward. Let's write down decision. Decided to give characters narrative quirks that negative quirks. That's not how you spell quirks. That's better. Narrative quirks that come about in specific situations not visible to player, and decided to have the people in the vehicles be auto chosen as an accessibility option, but can be turned off at any point. And then this is the goal for the 25th of November is going to be finish phone interaction pipeline and goal finish interaction pipeline and start on coding for the first few steps. That's the goal for next week. Next week is finishing the pipeline of how the phone interaction is going to work, and then we're going to code the first few steps to then have that interaction going, so that when we can make it so that this little guy, because currently whenever we press space, they go from one house to another, etc., right? So what we want is see how it's all red. That means red means that it cannot be chosen again. Essentially, I make it so that it's not able to be detected in the red aura thing, in the red radar. So what we want is to make it so that if you are correct, it still moves to the next house, but it doesn't turn it red. It's still selectable as it moves around. So if we're correct the whole time, it'll just be bouncing around forever, right? But we also want to make sure that we're clocking in, like, well, once it gets difficult enough, how this thing the game is going to end with you being the last one. It gets difficult where you can't catch up. How are you going to ensure that? And for the most part, it's just going to get to the point where you're going to receive so many calls you can't do it enough, and then you're going to have to decide which calls do you take, which calls do you not take, and then you just hope for the best. Because I want that kind of that dreadful situation where you're now choosing who lives and who dies. Because at a certain point, that's what's going to happen. And then you're going to learn about who, like, yourself and who you are as a person, you know? So I think that's important. Okay, dokie. Let's see if there's anyone for us to raid. Let's see here. Oh, Melon is streaming! Love to see it. Hell yeah, let's raid Melon. So we'll do that. I was working on some things at the same time. No, you're worrying. Thank you. Hopefully I was at least good background music. Your favorite podcast. No worries. If you Ella knows Melon Pixelated, if you like me, you'll also like Melon. Good. I'm glad. I hope y'all will join me next week for some more game dev stuff. I love this stuff. So we're gonna get that started. Perfect. So with that being said, if you're not sticking around for the raid, it was wonderful having you. Thank you so much for stopping by. We're gonna be playing more. Rain World this Saturday, so look forward to that. And I will see y'all then. So stick around for the raid, but I hope you have a wonderful day, a wonderful evening, and I will see y'all next time. All right, see ya. Stick around for the raid. Bye bye.